Good morning and welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the final day of Group A action here at the Modus Super Series. It's the two Canadians, Jim Long and Jess Smith, who are jousting it out for Group A glory on a Wednesday, which can see a lot of moving and shaking. Impeccable timing again. He's like a Swiss watch, but he pins it, he fires it to finish in style because he expects it to go, and it does go. And Jim Long moved 2-0 up.
22.
Could be getting more money than your daily salary, and this is a 1-2-2. Could go. Beautiful finish that from Arne Spee.
To square this contest up at one apiece. And by the end of the day, we'll know the first player through to finals night on Saturday evening. We're going to be watching all of the action in the company of prime-time Matthew Edgar. The two Canadians, Jim Long and Jess Smith, they've been the two players that kind of been a class apart, haven't they, in Group A?
They've kind of been our story from the very start, haven't they? From Monday morning when we sat here and previewed this group, we sort of said it might all be about the Canadians. I think it was even the title of the live on YouTube, the Canadians, are they going to dominate the field? And it's sort of been the way all the way through. But today's a completely different day. Today's decision day, and we've heard from the players, we've spoke to the players, and they're all aware of the dangers that are in this group and all the way through. And look at what Moreno Michels did yesterday. He certainly reminded us all of the danger that everyone possesses, regardless of their league table position as things stand.
Well, Jim Long's a player that tops the pile going into the final day's action. A very good first day for him. Good start to yesterday. But then after game two, things just got a little bit shaky for him.
Shaky, edgy, nervy, pick your word. It got very tense for Jim Long, and it was that game where he lost to Arne Spee. He's the only player that's done so far, and that kind of makes it like a handicap sort of situation where if you're the only player to lose to the guy at the bottom of the table, you've got to make points up against the rest. So maybe another really good sign there that Jim Long is following up that favouritism that he went into the event with yesterday.
Well, Jess Smith is level on points with him, 14 to his name. Both days when you break down the numbers, just so ultra consistent, you just know what you're going to get with a silencer.
Absolutely. It's exactly what we said at the very, very start. You're going to get Jeff Smith, and he's consistent, he's solid. You're never going to get this massive, explosive 108 sort of average, but you're never going to see him in the 70s. He's going to be hard to beat. He's one of those players that's going to be in that 6-visit range almost every single leg, every single game. And he's got this really good sort of finishing power. Finishing stats over the last 12 months are up there with some of the very, very best in the world. And then when we take into account the fact that he always can chip in with these sort of low-ton combination shots as well, it just makes him dangerous. And he's a horrible player to have standing behind you in any situation. You never feel comfortable playing Jeff Smith.
However, the player of the day yesterday was Moreno Michels. It was a poor start to the week for him, but then yesterday he beat each of the top three. In fact, he won 19 out of a possible 20 legs a player can win in the day.
And that's just this group, isn't it? That's the danger. He's won a week here before. You don't win a week here at the Super Series, you haven't got the quality to do that. He could go through the card today. And he had a very bad run, didn't he? He lost 5 games in a row, but to be able to turn that around the way he did is full credit to Moreno Michels. And maybe today he's going to play with a bit of confidence. Because I think yesterday they came into it maybe searching for something off the back of day one. Today he might come here full of confidence and go, do you know what? I'm going to come in here and I'm going to hit them with everything I've got.
Well, let's have a look then at the table going into the final day's play. Just to confirm, both the Canadians, Jim Long and Jess Smith, on 14 points respectively. The 3 players in behind on 10 points apiece. And Kieran will probably feel like there was an opportunity missed yesterday because he had the opportunity to be level on points with the top 2 and really be in the mix.
I feel that's Kieran though. I feel that's him. I feel that's his career. I feel that's his week. I feel that's his time at the Super Series. In fact, I think sometimes he may be understated or underrated. Certainly here at the Super Series, when you think about the success he's had here in weeks and the fact he's made Champions Week on multiple occasions now. But it always feels like he's just falling short of whatever that is. When he had his tour card, he had the opportunity, but just short. In games here, just short. And I think whether we look short-term or long-term with Kieran, he's always getting a chance, They're very small chances. They're a chance here and there, but at the moment, just not quite taken. I think he's absolutely where he should be at the moment on a 50-50 split.
Well, let's have a look at the odds to see what the bookies think about today's proceedings. Jess Smith, the favourite over Jim Long. These two have been kind of toying it out, haven't they, with the odds as to who's the favourite and who's not.
I think that's right. I really do. I mean, I've been a big fan of Jeff Smith. I've been saying it since October last year that Jeff Smith's going to win a week. So why not when he's here for a week in total? And I think it's going to really benefit him. You can see that. I think one of the really interesting things here, though, is we're going into Wednesday and we've got two people very tight within the odds. By now, we've normally got like a strong favourite, but there's still value there, regardless of who you want to back today.
It's 18 plus. It's begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, into our first game of the session. It sees Jim Long in action. He's got the first opportunity to pull clear at the top of the Group A table. He takes on Adam Mould, who's struggling a little bit with injury this week. The Canadian, though, very much in tip-top form. And earlier on this morning, he caught up with himself. Jim, very strange day yesterday here at the Live Lounge, but you go into today top of the Group A table. What will be your overall assessment of the week so far?
Fairly satisfied with how I'm playing. Monday, obviously, I felt much better. I get a little tired yesterday. I brought a coffee with me, and I had it after I lost that match, my second match, and seemed to feel a little better, get a little more energy.
So going into today, top of the table, it's going to be a tight race between yourself and Jeff. You meet in the second game of the day as well. How key do you think a good start's going to be to proceedings?
It's going to be everything. If I have a bad start, I could drop as low as fourth or fifth. Who knows? It's a tight group, and everybody's very capable. The games have been all tight, lots of 4-3s. And so, yeah, it's a winner, play tomorrow kind of thing for sure.
Has this felt like one of the tightest groups you've ever played at here at the Super Series?
Well, my first group was super tight, too, with Fallon and Barry Vampire. I didn't win the group till the very last match against Barry, so I would say that was tighter probably. Back then, I didn't care to not play the Thursday, Friday. I kind of come over to play. I wanted to play. But now, of course, with the change in the structures, you really want to win the A group, so we'll see.
In terms of your form, we've seen you play some really good stuff on the senior circuit when you've been over in the UK. Where would you say your form altogether is right now?
I feel pretty good, but confidence is a funny thing. It doesn't take much for it to start wavering. So I feel like I'm capable of playing my best stuff when I go up there, and then we just unfold, see how it goes.
We look forward to watch you play, Jim. Good luck.
Thank you.
And so here we go then, the first game of our Wednesday morning here at the Live Lounge. It sees the man at the top of the pile in Group A, Jim Long, up against Adam Mould, who, as far as yesterday's concerned, it never quite worked for him. Having a little bit of a chat with him this morning, just struggling with one or two tight areas of the body. Up against him, Jim Long, the 56-year-old from London, Ontario, former World Championship participant. It's jumping up against the 36-year-old from Aylesbury in Buckinghamshire. Former Challenge Tour semi-finalist is Mouldy, and is hoping to get himself into Group B. That looks like that's going to be his battle today, whereas Jim Long is hoping not to be here on Thursday and Friday, respectively. And of course, the winner of the group not just bags that first place through to Saturday night's final, but as Jim alluded to in that interview there, they also get a bonus prize for winning Group A, which is double the amount of the player that finishes second. So not just is there the incentive to make it through to the finale, but also a huge incentive
59.
from a financial viewpoint to make it through. And when you consider the journeys that both Jim and Jeff have made to get to the Super Series from Canada, those extra few pounds in the pocket could mean so much. It justifies just a little bit further their trip over the Atlantic.
I think that comment also really does justify the changing of the structure as well, when the players
60.
are that determined now to win this group and get that bonus and not go into the Thursday and Friday. I think it really does show the restructuring has really, again, developed this from sort of that player's
100.
perspective and that desire and that hunger to be successful.
And also it gives a bit more of a clamour to Group A, because I think in the past there'd be
100.
a selected group that would be happy just to play a Thursday and Friday because it was a flat day fee and then just get through to Saturday via those routes. Whereas now the incentive of winning Group A is double the
57.
money of the second place player. So players getting the memo of blue in Portsmouth on this Wednesday
58.
morning. As far as yesterday was concerned, Jim Long got out the gate superbly. 2 really good performances on the bat. Only won one of them, 92.49, 97.99 his averages in his first 2 games. But then dropped off
56.
in the couple thereafter. Finished off with a win in this game against Adam Mould yesterday by 4 legs to 1. And he said coffee was the inspiration towards a strong end to yesterday's action after a couple of defeats.
57. Adam, you require 148.
A bright start here from Adam Mould could give him an early break of throat.
$128. Jim, you
very
require
bright start.
167.
Forcing Jim Long to try and find a couple of trebles to have a poke at the ball, but he's not going to get the opportunity. The opportunity is presenting itself early here for Adam Mould
139.
and for the rest
Adam,
of the
you require
group,
20.
who will no doubt be wanting to see Jim
Game
Long
shot on
get
the first
defeated.
leg, Adam Mould.
And we should mention as well, a win for Adam Mould, put him on to 12 points. Just a couple off the top 2. However, the issue
Second
that
leg, it's Adam to
Mouldy
throw
does
first.
have is the
Game on.
fact that his legs difference is -2 in comparison to what is now in play, the +11 of both Jim Long and Jeff Smith. This result,
131.
if it was to be the case, Adam Mould gets the better with Jim Long, not just good for Jeff Smith, but it'd also be a very good result for Kieran Teehan as well, because he could put himself in position just to upset
59.
things somewhat. He takes on Arne Spee in the next game. He'd move on to 12 points and a couple behind the top 2. And if he can get a big win in that match, wins it 4-0, he'd be on +8 and 12 points, and he wouldn't be out of the equation at all. And Adam Mould here has got off to a superb start, averaging just a shade under 110.
Look at the difference, though, in Adam Mould. I'm not talking about
58.
where the darts are landing. If you look at your 2 screens, we've got the dartboard side, we've got the player side. I'm talking the player side. Adam Mould is licking his lips. He's got his shoulders back today. He's not slumped.
140.
He's not moping around the stage like he was yesterday. And rightly so. We called him out on it, didn't we? He was very, very negative. However, look at
95.
the difference today.
Adam, you require
Springing his
56.
step, looking good. And he's bringing across good darts. It might be a bit of both. It might be the fact the darts are landing where they want to, which is giving him this spring in his
16.
step. But the combination of the 2 things are what is leading to this currently 10+ average.
Well, he's on tops after 12, Adam, to make it 2-0.
58. Adam, you require 40.
Just looks a lot more free-flowing. Double 10.
20.
But has missed a few opportunities, but is not going to be punished for it because Jim Long in the scoring department has really failed to find anything in this opening match. Only a couple of 10+ scores, and that's it.
Well, this is the test, though, as well, isn't it, for Adam
133.
Mould?
Adam, you
You
require
do find you
20.
can get into a negative mindset very, very quickly when you've had a day like yesterday, when you start
Game shot on
missing.
the
But the missing
second leg,
ends, and it's
Adam
been
Mould.
full control for Adam Mould. Yes, he's missed a few chances, but it was non-effective to his
Third leg,
opportunity of
it's
being
Jim to throw
2-0 up.
first.
And
Game on.
his opportunity of getting his first win against Jim Long, because when the pair met on Monday, it was a 4-3 success for Jim Long. And then yesterday, Jim Long confirmed that victory with a 4-1
140.
success. An aggregate score of 8-4 in favour of Jim Long.
96.
Appears to be warming to the task now.
85.
Starting to find that treble with the opening dart. And that's when Jim Long starts really playing his best. When he gets that first dart in the treble, tends to follow. Speaking of following the treble,
108.
I mean, Adam Mould on Monday was delightful, wasn't he, with the 180s? He hit 10 maximums on Monday across his 5 games. Didn't quite follow that over yesterday, only had the 3, but looks to be
45.
up and running just like on the Monday. Already giving us a couple of maximum visits, but the first 180.
Yeah, Adam was 6 points down on his average yesterday in comparison
44.
to Monday. Monday average 88.66 for the day, whilst yesterday 82.12 daily average. 10 from 46 on the doubles in comparison to 18 from 45. So that department needs a bit of a tidy up as well.
I mean, this is getting interesting here because 96 for Jim Long. It's one of them shots that it can be a 2-dart, or you might not even get a dart at a double.
96.
And Mouldy is sat ready to strike. He's got choices. He's gone for the double-double, tops.
76.
And so now Adam Mould can step in for the double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead. 2 darts at tops in hand. And he only needs the one of them. It's a 14-darter. Adam Mould gets the double break. He leads 3-0. And the first twist and turn of this Wednesday morning could be in the very first game. Adam Mould has turned up, but it looks like Jim Long is still searching for something. This has been a group which has changed all the time. I suppose, quite simply put, you think you know, but you don't know.
140.
Well, this is just a quality performance from Adam Mould. I mean, Jim Long sort of running around the 85 average. It's
43.
Decent enough, certainly for sort of a Group A campaign, but he's just ran into Adam Mould at his absolute best here.
100.
Until now, Adam Mould's best came on Monday, game number 2, 96. Was against Arne Spee. Really good game.
94.
He just seems relentless here in his attack on Jim Long, and this could change a lot because, well, it will put Jeff Smith to the top of the table
74.
due to leg difference, because leg difference is the second deciding factor. It will also put Adam Mould well and truly in the mix here in regards to getting into those,
100.
or into that top position, should I say. And Jeff Smith coming up in game number 3 against Moreno and Michels. It could blow it all wide open.
And if Kieran Teehan beats Arne Spee, the top 5 players to be separated by just 2 points, and suddenly it won't be a 2-door Canadian club, the top of this Group A.
I've got a feeling you're going to be seeing the live table quite a lot today.
182.
Maximum for Jim Long, but that could be dead cat because Mould back for 47. He's had a bounce out of the worst possible time, and so he's only going to get a dart and a double to complete a 4-0 victory. And that dart is going to be a double 16. That one's on the floor,
15.
and that one can't seal the win.
It was nearly in his foot, wasn't it? That was a very aggressive bounce out. I've never seen anyone get skewered by their own bounce out before, but that very nearly was the case. Great first start. Double 6 to save the match and get a leg on the board.
Game shot on the 4 flag, Jim Long.
Big dart, that big visit. But how important
5th flag, it's Jim to throw
will
first.
that bounce out be?
Game on.
Adam Mould very animated there at the back of the stage. Feels that he had a chance when he did, but that is the definition of unlucky.
30.
When you have that sort of bounce out and you have that rejection of the board and you lose a dart, that's unlucky. Not when someone misses like 2 or 3 darts at a double and go, oh, so unlucky.
134.
That was a miss. But that was an unfortunate moment there for Mouldy.
$43.
Yeah, it's a bit early for those sort of debates, actually, isn't it? If we get into the meaning of unlucky. We got into the meaning of professional yesterday, didn't we, as a terminology for players?
Get to final, we'll be talking about the
96.
meaning of life.
Well, you can. But I won't be here. Because I won't be here on Friday.
100.
Isn't that a shame? I'm old electing to start upstairs on 271. But when you
134.
find two trebles, doesn't matter, leaves himself on 137 to complete the match. Long needs the max here. Otherwise, Mouldy here is going to get 6 darts
137.
from
Adam,
137
you
to get the job done 4-1.
137.
And he's going to need that full quota to complete the job here. His average still ticking just over the ton.
59.
Just below, but this has been a very good performance out the gate for Adam Mould, and he's hoping that this time is the time that he gets over the line and seals a 4-1 success.
95. Adam, you require 78.
Looking to enter the winners enclosure once more. He's going to have 2 darts, a double 12 to do exactly that. Double 6. That's now 3 darts for the
66.
match that's been missed by Adam Mould.
Jim, you require 96.
Will he get more in this leg? It's that equation again where Jim needs 2 successful darts and he's found the treble with the opener. Gives him 2 darts at his friend Jeff Smith's favourite double
60.
and he can't find it.
Adam, you require 12.
Double 6.
Game shot and the
And
match.
Adam Mould gets
Adam
over the
Mould.
line. He seals a 4-1 success against Jim Long. And that means the first game of the day sees the first twisted turn in the race for Group A supremacy. It now puts Jeff Smith top of the pile. It now puts Adam Mould within a couple of points. Kieran can move to within a couple of points at top spot. If he can get the better of Arne Spee, that game's coming up after this short break.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanauskas.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas Harrison.
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanauskas. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanauskas.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. And the
Well,
match.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanauskas.
only needs the one. There you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
break of throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive break of throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg. Game shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but
Andreas
it's a
Harrison.
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Andreas Harrison, whose name is engraved on the Modus Super Series trophy, he's going to be back to defend it in Series 8. Kieran Teehan appeared in that Champions Week in Series 7, but if he is to win this particular Group A, well, he's going to have to get some wins and get some wins quick. But he has had a helping hand already this morning, because before the break we saw Adam Mould get the better of Jim Long by 4-1, averaging 96.35, 4 from 12 on the doubles. As for Teehan, former Challenge Tour winner, now age 25 from Cork in the Republic of Ireland, the High Tower is hoping to be the top player as far as Group A is concerned at the end of the day. As for Arne Spee, the 24-year-old from Juez in the Netherlands, he got his first win of the week yesterday by beating Jim Long. He played some better stuff on Tuesday, and he is hoping to continue that upwards trend on Wednesday ahead of a stint in what will be Group C on Thursday and Friday for the Dutch thrower. Two tall players on the stage.
First leg, it's Kieran to throw first.
And a
Game on.
towering figure of a referee, Jack Garwood, one of our lead referees here at the Super Series. One of our top
81.
officials we have here, alongside the likes of Paul Hinks and Marco Meyer, as well as Owen Binks.
85. 59.
Owen Binks, for whom it was his birthday yesterday.
139.
Many happy birthday returns, Owen.
Say tall players and tall tasks is what is ahead here for Teehan, but that task may have just became a little bit easier with Jim Long losing that opening game there to Adam Mould, and he can put himself into
41.
contention here with a victory over Arne Spee, which when you look at the league table and you see Arne sat at the bottom, for Teehan, this would be the game he would have picked if he could have handpicked his
105.
opponent for match number 1. Get himself in contention, put that scoreboard pressure on his opponents.
We mentioned at the top of the show,
45.
Teehan may have missed
Kieran,
a
you
trick
require
yesterday, but that win
156.
for Adam Mould, particularly if you twin it up with Michels' victory against Smith in the next one, really will put the cat amongst the pigeons as far as this group is
100.
concerned. He's got off to a decent enough start, left himself on the 2 darts after 5 visits, and this is kind of a leg that's so symptomatic of Kieran Teehan's week.
57.
His numbers have been around the
Kieran, you
mid-80s
require
range over the
56.
course of the first 2 days, which means that by and large he does his business in 6 visits of a leg. Gets this leg
shot
done
on
in
the
6
first
visits.
leg,
It's the
Kieran
Irishman that
Teehan.
draws first blood.
Second leg, it's Arne to throw first. Game on. 55. 57. 87.
1 of the things that has got to be said about
80.
Arne Spee is that smile across his face has never wavered. I watched him come into the venue this morning, and he came in here just a guy living his dream, and that's what the Super Series has become, really, for the ambitious
59.
amateur player who wants the platform. They want the opportunity to showcase their talents. They want their sort of moment of clip and footage that they can
100.
take back and make little highlight reels out of, and Arne will certainly have plenty of clips he can make some highlight reels out of. That 1-2-2 yesterday, very special. Bull, double
60.
18, double 18. Just showing us the reason as to why he's been able to qualify for this event, the quality that he possesses and the darts that he's probably been playing week in, week
82.
out in his hometown. It is a town, isn't it?
Indeed. Well, his friends that are watching in Greece
85.
on holiday this week, I'm sure haven't let him, and probably will never let him forget about that 1-2-2. But Teehan here looking to set up an opportunity here to break the throw.
130.
And that's exactly
Arne, you
what
require 155.
he does by leaving 52. However, the 155 has already been taken out by Spee this week. It's not going to here. And so Teehan
46.
with an opportunity on 52 to make it
Kieran, you
2-0. If he
require
can win this
52.
game quite handsomely, his legs difference would marry up with the top two. So if there was a mistake to be had, then things would get very interesting. Double 16.
20.
Doesn't go.
Arne, you require 109.
Does the one treble, a successful single, and the double be treble 19. That is a long way off.
43.
You could see from the reaction he wasn't
require
happy with that one.
32.
I was even thinking, do you go for a treble 17 till I saw the reaction on the face?
Game shot on a second
Kieran
leg.
makes no
Kieran's
mistake.
here.
2-0 to the good. It's steady so far from Kieran.
Third leg.
But he just knows that he's in control of proceedings and he's just
Game
doing
on.
what he needs to do.
Well, you say if he can win this game
139.
handsomely, he has had success the last couple of days over his opponent here, Arne Spee. On Monday, beating by 4 legs to 1. And
58.
yesterday, beating by 4 legs to 2. So has had 2 sizable wins, but this for Arne
99.
is a little bit of a dip in performance from a level that already needed to find a little bit more. In fact,
85.
so far finding a little bit less. He's dropped into the 60s.
$96.
I'll be honest with you. I think this is going to be one of those days where I think we'll see
41.
players drop points
Kieran, you
on their
require 167.
numbers. The last 2 days have been hard work. Even though it's been quality, it's been tough for the players. And I just wonder whether there'll be a lag over effect on this Wednesday morning.
72.
Well, Teehan, what he's going to be doing here is applying some scoreboard pressure, as has Adam Mould in the last game,
95.
because
Kieran, you
Adam Mould
require
coming up with a
95.
sizable victory. Teehan looking very good here for a sizable victory of his own.
Game shot on a
Looking
third leg.
very good
Kieran's here.
for a sizable victory. However, the issue they've got to face is one guy I think who doesn't worry too
Full
much about
flag.
the
It's Arne to
scoreboard
throw
pressure is the
first.
player coming up next,
Game
Jeff
on.
Smith, the man who has gone top of the table without even throwing a dart today.
125. $40.
Yeah, you can really stretch away his authority. If he can win his first 2, he'll feel like he's very, very close towards the victory post will the silence. If he wins his
100.
first 2 matches of the day, he will move 4 points clear with just 6 points left to play for. He is in a very good suit. However, his first 2 games are against
60.
Moreno, Michels and Jim Long. That's the trade-off.
That won't matter to a player like Jeff Smith. A player like Jeff Smith just wants it in his hands. He doesn't want to have to look around the room. He doesn't want
55.
someone to have to lose, or he has to win by a certain margin. You just want to be in that position where if you win, you're in. And that's where Jeff Smith is right now.
51.
The eyes, the attention, the spotlight will turn to him.
81.
However, Arne Spee here is first to finish in this 4th leg, and even if Teehan wins it 4-1, we don't know the significance of any leg in
59. Arne, you
Kieran's
require
particular
140.
situation, because if he does get himself in a spot to challenge Smith and Long, you get the sense if he's going to win the group, he's probably going to win it on a legs difference margin, so it makes every leg
45.
today oh so pivotal.
$95. Arne, you
And
require
Arne's got
95.
6 from this 95 to bring it back to 3-1 to force Teehan to serve this particular encounter out. Double 19 goes inside. Not it's going to be a disaster this
79.
time. He's going to leave himself on double 8 upon his return.
29. Arne, you require 16.
Double 8. Can he just nudge it across?
No score.
No is the answer. And we've
Kieran, you
seen this
require
167 taken out
167.
both days so far. If it's taken out for a third down the spin, it could help Kieran Teehan towards a win. But he can't find the treble 20 with dart 2. He's already taken out a
86.
161 to
Arne, you require
win a match this
16.
week. This to save the match for Arne.
Game shot
Back
on
would
the
go to
fourth flag.
3-1, but
Arne
Kieran
Spee.
Teehan has the darts here to complete a 4-1 success.
And you do, as a player,
Fifth
you do get
flag,
into
it's
that
Kieran
sort of
to throw
mode where you
first.
start
Game
planning out legs or looking at the situation. And Teehan going into that leg would think, well, if I get a chance, bonus,
39.
but it's against the darts. I know I'm going to have 2 legs with the throw. And they're the ones I'm going to attack, but that attack so far has not come up
140.
trumps, starting with just 39. And then Spee hitting him back with a 140. Already losing 100 points.
100. $81. $140.
140 for Teehan. Then he's on 2-2-2. The Richie Benno.
60.
6 darts from this point to see off a 4-1 victory.
38.
I was going to say, this is a great
100.
recovery from Teehan after opening with a 39 and then finds the 38, but he's still in a decent position here. Spee could only get the 1 dart of the double, and that's if he's successful with the first 2.
99. Arne, you require 120.
However, 10 plus outs has been Arne Spee's suit this week. And he's going to have a dart at double 10 to see off the 120.
100. Kieran, you
And
require
so this now for the
85.
match for Kieran Teehan. 85 to hit a 4-1 success and move him on to 12 points. And it'll just keep the co-leaders a little bit honest.
75.
But a match dart at
Arne,
double
you
5 has
require
come and
20.
gone. And from 3-0 down, Arne Spee can make it 3-2 here if he can find the double 10.
Doesn't like it. He's just moving to the left to really open up the bed. Caught the flight on the way in, so he's going to try from the right-hand side.
No score.
That just
Kieran,
shows
you
how
require
awkward
10.
that first dart was. But match darts now for Teehan to get the job done and apply that scoreboard pressure.
Going to be double 2.
6.
And he still cannot
Arne, you
cross that
require
finishing line.
20.
And the legs are beginning to ebb away from Kieran. Suddenly we could be talking about the result being in peril.
Game shot
And
on the fifth
eventually
flag.
Arne Spee finds that double 10 to break the thrower T and bring it back to 3-2.
Sixth flag. It's Arne to throw first.
What did we talk
Game
about
on.
before a dart was thrown today when we covered Kieran Teehan? We said, always feels like he gets the
100.
opportunities, but doesn't always take them. He's always a player that will put himself into the situation
50.
where he's going to take that step, he's going to move on, and he's just at the moment not crossing that line. And the same sort of thing here, he could have had a 4-0 victory and really applied that scoreboard pressure.
123.
Instead, he's getting into a battle once again. Nothing just comes easy, does it, for Teehan?
99. $95.
This game has swung. There is no doubt about that. It hasn't been littered with quality, but
59.
Arne Spee has found what he'd lacked in the first 3 legs. Kieran T is kind of playing around the same level. Arne's just upped it a little bit.
133.
Well, this is a great leg from Arne Spee. Looks like he's going to take us the distance. And are we going to once again talk about a missed opportunity 50. For Teehan?
Tops. Now double 10.
30.
One thing you'd say about Arne is the fact that in this game he's needed a couple of chances to finish off legs, but he's been given that time
32.
to finish legs off. Kieran has
Arne
missed a handful
20.
of darts at double to win this contest. And it's one that's going to go all the way. Teehan was 3-0 up in his first game of Monday against Jess Smith. He went on to lose it 4-3. He went 3-0 up in this game, the first match of Wednesday for him against Arne Spee, and he's been pegged back to a last leg decider.
60.
And sadly, things don't look so rosy for the Irishman. Arne Spee's only win this week is against Jim
38.
Long, and that somewhat derailed his progression through to the top of the group. If he wins this particular contest against Kieran Teehan, you'd say it effectively kills off any chances he has of winning Group A.
82.
Particularly when you consider the fact that Jeff Smith and Jim Long have got to play in the second round of fixtures. So somebody at the very least, even if Jeff loses to Moreno, Michels is going to be on 16 points.
49. $100.
Oh, it's a big, big last start there for Teehan. And how big could that be in the context of this game and this group?
125.
Certainly when Arne finds a big score there, keeps the advantage a throw with Teehan.
$95.
Gets himself down to a finish. We'll be expecting 6, and he's going to get 6.
60.
May get more.
Kieran, you require 164.
6 starts to eventually cross the finishing line. He's already had a number of opportunities to pick this match apart.
64.
He's had to watch the Arne Spee counter-attack. But he hopes now that he can get the job done right here, right now.
100. Kieran, you require 100.
Now that's inviting for the treble, and he did stay there.
60.
He's going to leave himself on
Arne,
top.
you require 129.
But has Arne got a big finish in the arsenal?
This would hurt. Treble 20 for the bull. Just strays. But as we've said, Teehan's not made anything easy so far. Just
Here
3
you
from
require
18 on
40.
the doubles.
It looked so routine for so long. But eventually
shot
Kieran
on the
Teehan
match.
crawls
Kieran
over the
Teehan.
finishing line to get the better of Arne Spee by 4 legs to 3. It was an encounter that the high tower had led 3-0. Arne Spee ran off 3 on the spin, and it looked like maybe there was only one winner of the contest. But Teehan with a strong last leg puts him on to 12 points, puts himself in position if there is slip-ups alongside him. Well, I've already seen Jim Long lose today. The other player who began the day on 14 points was Jeff Smith. He plays his first game of the morning session up against the player of the day yesterday, Moreno Michels, and that game is coming up on the other side of this short break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
$18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through, he gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Kieran just about got over the line against Arne Spee by 4 legs to 3. He'd won each of the opening 3 legs, raced into that 3-0 lead, but was then pulled back by the Dutchman. But Teehan getting over the line. Our third game sees that man there, Moreno Michels, the 39-year-old from Rotterdam, former grand finalist here at the Super Series. Lost in the Series 5 final to Jim McEwen, up against Jess Smith, a 48-year-old from Hampton, New Brunswick. Now the league leader. Now the player to stop. That defeat for Jim Long in that first game against Adam Mould means that Jess Smith has a stranglehold. He's in front by legs difference, but he can move 2 points clear if he can win this game against the Dutchman. But Moreno Michels, he had a slow start to the week. Only picked up 2 points on Monday, but yesterday won 19 out of a possible 20 legs a player can win. He beat Jess Smith. He beat Jim Long. In matter of fact, the only game he lost was his opening match yesterday, and that was a 4-3 defeat to Adam Mould, a game which conceivably he could have won himself. This will be an intriguing game, an intriguing task for Jess Smith, because it's fair to say that there was a massive improvement from day 1 to day 2 for Moreno Michels.
Well, if we take a look at the position between the two players over the last couple of days, on Monday, Jeff Smith saw Moreno off with no problems whatsoever. It was a 4-0 victory. However, yesterday, Moreno, a 4-1 victory in retaliation. So this game literally has been very one-sided over the last couple of days, but both players having a very one-sided victory. So
57.
Who will win the third encounter? Jeff Smith will be hoping this is the last encounter between the pair, because he will be looking to win the group and give himself that direct pass through to Saturday night.
And it should be noted, this is Jess Smith's first full week here
60
at the Super Series, because you may remember the last time he was here, he played the Thursday Friday stint. He played in the Isle of Man Open the weekend before, and so on the back end of his trip to the United Kingdom did he
101
come to the Super Series. Made it through to the Saturday night, lost out in the semi-finals, a week which was won by Bradley Roos in the previous phase. David Cameron, the runner-up that week, a very good week for that in terms of standard. 167 for Jess Smith. Isn't going to go, but he has got 6 darts from here to take this opening leg out against Fro.
$100. Jeff, you require 70.
To break the throw.
$54.
That's one of the things I like about Jeff Smith. Yes, he's got a favourite in that double 18, but he won't go different ways just to try and leave it. He will be more than happy to use other doubles or more
140.
conventional
Jeff, you
checkouts.
require 16.
There's just such a smart in-game knowledge about Jeff. However, he'll be knowledgeable to the fact that Moreno is sat on double 9 and so doesn't want to mess about on this double 8, and he has.
No
And
score.
it's presented
Moreno,
Michels
you
an
require
opportunity
18.
who looked like a few visits ago was a little bit of a passenger in this leg, the opportunity to go and win it.
No
But
score.
he's now spurred 3 opportunities
Jeff, you
at a double
require
to win this
16.
first leg. Smith, double 8. Now double 4.
Game shot
Smith's
on
on
the
the
first
board.
leg.
He gets
Jeff
the break.
Smith.
He leads 1-0. Well, he needed it at some point in the encounter. Why not get it at the very get-go?
Second leg. It's Jeff to throw first. Game on.
I remember speaking to Phil Bars on Monday
57.
morning. And first of all, happy birthday, Phil. We were talking about the dynamic of Group 8.
22.
We both agreed that the Canadians were the class acts as far as the group was concerned, but we were talking about the potential spoilers, the potential disruptors of this group.
100.
And Moreno Michels was the player we pinpointed as being the player that could be. And when you look at what he did yesterday, well, whoever doesn't win the group
96.
may look back at their game against Moreno yesterday as one of the key turning points.
40.
Well, absolutely. Moreno, a former weekly winner, a player who has played on both the PDC and BDO stages.
46.
Vastly experienced, just doesn't have the opportunity to travel as such now with changes to his home and family life.
140.
Doesn't want to be chasing ranking points around the globe. It is a fair commitment, both financially and in terms of time.
100. Jeff, you require 164.
Which means we should cherish the opportunities we get to see Jeff. He's got 6 from 164 here to double his lead to
60.
2-0. Still not a free darter after that particular turn. But for Moreno, this is a uncharacteristically slow start for him. It's almost
43.
like he's
Jeff, you require
progressed
104.
a little bit back into the mould that we saw from him on Monday. And so Smith's still got time on his hands here to take this second leg out and to move 2-0 to the goods.
88.
And he's going to be back on double 8, which caused him 1 or 2 problems in the previous.
58. Jeff, you require 16.
2 8s for 2-0.
Game shot
And
on the
Jeff
second
Smith
leg.
doubles his
Jeff
advantage.
Smith.
He's halfway towards the victory post, a win which would put him on to 16 points. If he wins another leg in this contest,
Third leg,
even if he
it's Moreno
loses
to throw
4-3 to
first. Game
Moreno,
on.
he'd just about keep a hold of top spot on legs difference. But Jeff isn't thinking that way at all. The only thing he's thinking of is just winning the group outright. Legs difference is not a thing that comes
95.
into play for him.
$100. $60. $140.
Anyway, Matt, I've been talking more than Kanye West, so what's been your thoughts on proceedings so far?
Good.
96.
Oh, you wanted a bit more? Yeah, absolutely. It's been exactly what we expected on a Wednesday. A little bit of nerves.
91.
Just waiting for that little bit of quality. But you always feel when Jeff Smith's on the stage, you're not too far away from a bit of quality. But again, it's one of those games where
135.
you feel Jeff
Jeff,
Smith's
you
in full
require
command and he's doing all the
170.
right things, and you look at the average and it's 83. I thought this would be 10 points higher.
98. Moreno, you require 115.
Well, he had 3 darts at double 9 to win the first leg, Moreno Michels. And he's going to have a dart at tops here to win leg 3.
75.
Can't take advantage of that
Jeffy
opportunity.
requires
And so Smith
72.
comes back for 72 to get the double breaker throw. Double 16 this time.
Game shot on
Foul,
the third
15
leg.
darter for Jeff Smith to move 3-0 to the good. He has got the double breaker throw, and he now has the darts to complete
Fourth
a
leg.
4-0
It's Jeff
win.
to throw first. Game on.
Team was in this position not too long ago, let it slip. Did get the win in the end, a 4-3 victory over Arne Spee, but legs could be vital. Jeff Smith only needed 3 legs to
91.
guarantee that he'd be staying top of the table at the end of this first cycle of fixtures. But he is now just 1 leg away from being top of the table, not on leg difference,
40.
but on points.
And to really stretch away his authority, and if he can win his first 2, he'll be 4 points clear with Jim Long, because that's his opponent in his next game.
60.
And then he'd be 4 clear with just 6 points left to play for.
58.
Real opportunity here for Jeff Smith to stretch away.
He would have smelt opportunity after that
58.
defeat for Jim Long in match 1.
We'll have the mould just off your screen there as well. He also on 12 points, which means it's going to be a very tight group. And
140.
what do you think, points-wise, for the winner? I'm going to go 22. And I think Jeff Smith reaches it.
100.
I reckon 20 might be enough.
2.
It's a tough one this week. It's really hard to decipher, because as soon as you think one thing's the case, then something else becomes apparent.
96.
But what is becoming apparent is
Jeff,
Jeff
you
Smith
require 112.
looks set to run out a convincing victory in this contest. 112 points away from a 4-0 victory, which will put him 2 points clear at the top of the group, although we will be careful of the fact that
56.
Kieran Teehan went 3-0 up
Moreno,
in
you
his
require
game and then nearly lost to Arne
167.
Spee. And Michels looking to say with a 167, he's not going to.
139.
And so the silencer comes back, 2
Jeff, you
darts in
require
hand,
56.
and a double, at least it should be. Make sure the single first, Jeff. 16, tops.
Game shot.
And it's a
and the match,
4-0
Jeff
victory
Smith.
for Jeff Smith, who moves 2 points clear at the top of the table, ahead of a battle with Jim Long in match 5 of our morning session. The silencer now looks in good stead. That the tail of the tape from that 4-0 victory for Jeff Smith against Moreno Michels, and that's the culmination of our first round of fixtures on this Wednesday morning. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Adam Mould take on Kieran Teehan. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Kieran is looking to move himself 2 points off Jeff Smith at the top of the table. 11 on points with Jim Long, if he can get the better of Adam Old, who can also do exactly the same, where they can win this fourth encounter of the morning session. So far, we've seen a defeat for Jim Long, who began the day at the top of the table, to Adam Old by 4-1. Whereas Jeff Smith, before the break, got the better of Moreno Michels by 4-0. And he moves himself top of the pile on 16 points. Smith and Long play in our next game in match number 5. In the middle of that, Kieran went 3-0 up against Arne Spee. Spee took it back to a last leg decider before Kieran eventually got over the line in leg 7.
To throw first.
But
Game on.
Has to be said, Adam Mould looked in very good nick in his game against Jim Long in the first match of the morning.
Yeah, I was impressed, and I was impressed not just in regards to where the darts was, but the whole demeanour of Adam Mould just seems so much different to that of yesterday. And I suppose that's all we can do, isn't it? We can say what we see. If a player's moping around the stage and looking almost like they don't want to be there, we've got to say it. And the same with today, where Adam Mould looks like he's got a bit of fight, a bit of grit, a bit of determination. It's great to see.
121.
It's very much a mid-table matchup. And, okay, we've been speaking about the connotations of Group A, but this match could have a big bearing as to who's going to finish in P3 and thus a spot in tomorrow night's proceedings, as opposed to a couple of more afternoon sessions as the pair exchange maximums.
43.
Mould has left himself
Adam,
on
you
a
require 100.
2-darter after 9 darts. And he's got 6 on here to take this opening leg out. Tops is what he's looking for. He's decided to persevere with the treble, which I'm a little bit surprised when you consider the
42.
placement of dart 1. Mould,
Adam, you require 58.
even himself 58 to take a 1-0 lead. 2 darts, 6 darts at it. But now he's toiling around a little bit towards the finishing line, and the first outtake of breath from Mouldy today.
18.
But Teehan has been nowhere to see in this first leg. He's almost gone AWOL.
$34. Adam, you require 40.
And so Mould comes back for tops. Now double 10. And he's
20.
still not in front.
Kieran, you require
Remember,
131.
he'd left himself on a 2-darter after 9 darts. It's taken him another 9 darts and he's still not completed the leg. But Teehan has just afforded him with all the time
55.
that he could have wanted.
Adam, you require 20.
We had a very similar situation for Adam Mould in the last game, and he hit it with a last dart in hand.
10.
Not on this occasion,
Kieran, you
though.
require 76.
This would be an almighty steal from Teehan.
Well, at points in this
39.
leg, he had to pay for
Adam, you
admission to
require
watch the
10.
action, and he's still not been able to find anything near a checkout.
An absolute mess there from Teehan. That's the only way you can describe that. 2 big misses on the singles as well, but he's going to get another opportunity.
6. Kieran, you require 37.
37 for Teehan. Double 16.
5. Adam, you require 4.
You might need to go give him a hand, Henry.
Double 2. Eyeing up the double.
I like this, though, from Adam Mould. This is good. A bit of composure. Just take this thing out of the moment. Try and concentrate on the task. Try and let the misses of the previous visits go.
No score.
But it didn't work for him.
Kieran, you require 32.
Well, this is incredible, isn't it? 12 darts missed at a double.
Game shot on the first
How has
leg.
Kieran Teehan won that leg? How? He was nowhere to be seen.
Second leg.
He was in a
It's
different
Kieran to throw
postcode.
first. Game on.
But Adam Mould has spent 12 darts at a double in that first leg, and Teehan has mopped the pieces up.
62.
He must have thought it was his birthday because he's been presented with a gift there.
Then we've got to take a moment as well
60.
to send our congratulations to Alan Suter, winner of yesterday's Pro Tour. Guy who completely changed the fortunes of his season
140.
with the victory on the Pro Tour. Will probably likely keep his tour card now. World Championships, Players Championship finals, and potentially
100.
in the Grand Prix as well. He starts his campaign today. First game on board number 13 against the Super Series regular in Lee Cox.
135. Kieran, you require 164.
It looks like what happened in leg 1 has really had a lag over effect in leg 2 for Adam Mould. It started so well for him.
34.
Kieran Teehan must not believe the gift that he was given, the get out of jail free card that he's ascertained.
57. Kieran, you require 130.
And in fairness, he's beginning to run with it. 130 for a 2-0 lead. Didn't have to attack it with Mould not on and out. He's got 6 from the 130 to double his advantage.
48. $58. Kieran, you require 82.
Looking at the 12 corridor here, 12 would leave the ball. Treble would give him the bonus of the outer ring, but it's going to be the ball.
57.
It was closer than his
Adam, you
first
require
attempt, but still not quite
126.
in.
Well, considering he missed 12 darts at a dub in the previous leg, it'd be incredible if he took the 126 out. It's not going to, and so Teehan coming back for
58.
25 to
Kieran, you require 25.
double his advantage to 2-0. It's double 8. Double 4.
Game shot on the second leg.
2-0 to
Kieran
the
Teehan.
Irishman. Remember, a victory for him would put him on to 14 points, level with Jim Long in the table. In
Third
fact, if he
leg,
could win
it's
it
Adam to throw
by
first.
4 legs to
Game
0,
on.
he would actually get the jump on Jim Long. Because he'd be level on legs difference, but he would have won more legs to have got to +9 in terms of legs difference.
57. $120.
Teehan does this, doesn't he? When he starts to feel a little bit better, the flow starts to go, the darts start to go a little bit quicker. And he does tend to find that he can get a little bit more rhythm and
140.
consistency going.
Should also note that Kieran Teehan raced into a
57.
3-0 lead in his opening game of the day against Arne Spee before then being forced into a last leg decider. Yes, he did go on and win that game, but leads have evaporated for Kieran already on this Wednesday morning.
$59. $97.
So Mould 86 to get a leg back. It is on the darts, but
83. Adam, you
I think
require
after what
86.
happened in the opening leg, I think he just wants to get something on the board. Didn't have to go the bullseye route, and so he's going to
54.
set himself up for double 16 upon his return. And this time it's hoping there's no
95.
messing
Adam, you
about
require
on the
32.
doubles.
Game shot on the third leg.
No
Adam
mistake.
Mould.
13 is lucky for some. It was lucky for Adam Mould there. It's his 13th dart at a double, and he's on the board.
Fourth
But
leg.
Teehan
It's Kieran
has
to
still
throw
got that
first.
break in hand. He still
Game
has
on.
that ascendancy, and he has the darts to re-establish that two-leg gap.
43.
However, that is not the start that he would have wanted.
$140.
Because all of a sudden, this game could be shifting one way to the other, because Mould taking the darts after the first throw of this leg, and Teehan have had a big treble after
45.
6 darts, and so Mould now has the opportunity to really hammer home this fourth leg and hammer home that break back that he needs.
140.
Back-to-back 140. Some start to this leg from Adam.
$59. $100. $56. Adam, you require 121.
Well, Mould's got 6 starts here for 1-2-1. Double 20 for double 18. Not to be, but he's in such a good
65.
suit now, is Mouldy, to break back and level this game up at 2 apiece from 2-0 down. It would mean for the second consecutive game that Kieran Teehan would have a lead of more than a leg, which is
100. Adam,
being
you
whisked
require
away from
56.
him. Tops for that to happen.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
2-2, and
Mould.
suddenly this game has a different edge to it, you feel.
Adam Mould's got a
Fifth
different
leg,
edge
it's
to
Adam
him.
to
I
throw
keep going
first.
back to it, but it's
Game
so
on.
important in regards to his demeanour. Yesterday, it had just been mopsing round the stage like Mr. Soft.
100.
And it had been the old advert. You probably don't remember that one, actually, do you, Henry? But yeah, he'd have been disappointed. He would have had his head down. He'd have been slumped. Where
94.
today, almost at 2-0 down, there was a bit of aggression. There's a bit of fight. And look at what the difference is. The difference is he's turning it around rather than going off 4-0.
108.
Losing at a bit of a canter. Which actually was the scoreline when these two played yesterday. Kieran Teehan 4, Adam Mould
65.
0.
Made that sound like the football pools results.
Oh, I'd be great at that.
Colchester United 0. Ipswich Town 3.
70. $59.
Well,
Adam, you require 151.
6 starts of 151 to turn this game on its head.
41.
Well, he technically has left himself on the 2 darter, but he'll complete it in 3 on his next turn if he does take it out.
$79. Adam, you require 110. $78.
Well, he's left himself on 32 to move 3-2 to the good Adam Mould. For Teehan, this has been a real regression.
49. Adam, you require 32.
It has just not gone to plan for him so far today. In terms of the way he's played, yes, he's picked up a win,
Game
but that
shot on
hasn't
the
been
fifth
convincing.
leg,
But he now
Adam
finds
Mould.
himself behind in this particular contest. Adam Mould from 2-0 down has moved
Sixth
3-2
flag,
to
it's
the
Kieran
good.
to throw first. Game on.
Credit's got to go where credit's due, because when he went 2-0 up at Kieran Teehan and Mould had missed those 12 darts to win leg 1, it could have been so easy for him to have just folded Mould. But he's recovered well and has kicked off well in this leg. putting the Teehan darts under all sorts of pressure right from the opening visit.
59. $140.
Against the darts, the last couple of legs, Mould has been great.
Oh, this has been a very, very good performance here from Adam Mould.
59.
He could have folded very, very easy, but instead now he's going to look like getting the victory here against Teehan, which would put him into third place, a Group B position, and just
60.
a couple of points away from the top pair.
$17.
He's got
Adam, you require 161.
6 darts on 161. Adam Mould to complete a 4-2 success. Amanda coming up next. The top two go
105.
toe-to-toe as Jess Smith takes on Jim Long, and it feels like that game isn't too far away with Adam Mould leading himself on a single to double combination upon his return to wrap up a win.
58.
He was 2-0 down in this
Adam, you
contest,
require 56.
and he looks set now to reel off 4 on the spin. He missed 12 darts to win leg 1. But he has responded incredibly well to reel off 4 wins, 4 legs on the spin to win 4-2 against Kieran Teehan. It moves him on to 14 points. It moves him level with Jim Long. But crucially as well, it puts him in pole position in terms of the race for a space in Group B come Thursday and Friday night. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch the top 2 players in this league table go toe-to-toe. Jess Smith can move 4 points clear at the top of the table, whilst Jim Long could mean that we're back at a deadlock on 16 points if he can get the spoils in that one. Join us after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the top two in Group A go toe-to-toe in our fifth game of the morning session. This is how the table looks. Jeff Smith leading the way on 16 points. Jim Long on 14. Long wins this contest. He'll move on to 16 points level with Smith. However, if the Silencer wins this particular match, he will move on to 18 points in the group. Now, Smith just needs a couple of legs in this game to maintain his top spot status in Group A. Adam Mould in good position, possibly in the race for Group B. Still in the mix, possibly, depending on the result of this particular match. Teehan, Michels and Spee are the bottom three as far as this group is concerned. But we mentioned this fairly early on, that maybe the head-to-head battles between the pair could be the deciding factor. And you get the sense that if Jeff Smith wins this particular match, he's going to be 4 points clear with just 6 points left to play for in the group. He would effectively put himself on the hill for winning this particular encounter.
It couldn't be tighter between the pair as well. 4-3 on Monday, 4-3 on Tuesday, 1 win apiece. The aggregate scores are the same. The averages aren't too far apart. The experience levels, the knowledge, everything leads us to a very level game. And maybe the fact Jeff Smith's got the advantage of throwing first could be the deciding factor here. Odds compilers going 4-6 in favour of Jeff Smith, 11-10 available on Jim Long. And do you know what? I think if I was playing along, I'd be quite happy with the 4-6 on Jeff Smith, with the advantage of throwing first as well.
83.
18 plus, begambleaware.org. You're going to have a flutter on the Super Series, and don't spend your dinner money all at once.
97.
Was that Gurgly? Gurgly asks, what's up with Steve West these days, guys? Steve West has had some major surgery in recent times. He's been waiting on an operation. He's had the operation. He's in recovery, and he will be playing darts again very soon. I can confirm he will be playing here again
96.
at the Modus Super Series, somewhere he's had a lot of success up on that stage. A serial weekly winner. I can also confirm that Steve West will be playing
100.
on the WDF Darts Tour once again. He will be going to the Welsh Open in the very near future, though, the Welsh Open that is in England.
58.
Well, Jeff Smith first to finish in this first leg, but Jim Long is going to leave it much handy. He's on a 2-darter after 12 to break the throw of the Silencer, but this 150 for leg one, another one of them. Would have left double 15. So Long
90.
is back for 43 to break the throw and to draw first blood in this particular contest. It's double 16. Yesterday he was so good at using those
11.
darts as a guide, and he almost worked a way through, but it grazes the wire with a double 16, and so Smith, a couple of darts at tops. Double 10. And now
40.
both players have missed a couple of opportunities to win this
32.
opening leg.
That's just the moment, isn't it? And how it just changes the perception of the task.
Game shot on the first
Jim
leg.
Long
Jim Long.
gets the first one in the bank. But Jeff Smith, he doesn't miss his doubles. He hasn't been missing them much at all today. He's not been passing any of those sort of opportunities by. But it does get a little bit different when you're in this situation and it's this sort of game.
29.
You can already get the feel, just a leg in, that both players know the situation. It just feels a little bit edgy as a consequence of that.
60. $54.
It was interesting. We were both here around about 8 o'clock this morning, Matt, and when we
100.
went out into the auditorium for a couple of minutes just to have a chat about the day, the two players that were practicing on stage together were Jeff Smith and Jim Long. Friends in the practice room, but very much rivals on the stage.
happens so often as well in this sport, because you tend to find you travel around with the people that you're going to end up playing with.
100.
So why there's not really any sort of bad blood out on the various tours. There's the occasional fallout, the occasional
100.
bust up, but it's normally resolved within a matter of minutes and forgotten about just as quick.
Well, usually it's something people end up laughing over in the end.
139.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Is Gary Anderson still forgiving you for that 170?
I don't like to talk about that, to be honest.
127. Jeff, you require 102.
102 for Smith to break back. Missed a couple of darts to win leg one. It's going to have to be treble 17 bull here. Doesn't go, and so he's opened up the opportunity here for
38.
Jim to
Jim, you require 114.
open up a two-zip lead. He's going to get a dart. Tops.
94.
Just below. And how
Jeff,
key
you
could that
require
be?
64.
Could be crucial. Another one of those for double 16, and that's inviting.
Game shot on a
Just the
second
way
leg.
Jeff Smith starts kick over to the right very slightly. That just looked a real good angle, because
Third
if
leg,
he was
it's
to
Jeff
hit the
throw
flight,
first. Game
he'd
on.
gone in the double, and that's exactly what happened. You could hear the kiss of the flight, the material clattering together, and the point in the double.
So, we're still
96.
none the wiser after a couple of legs being played. Just a reminder, in the league table,
100.
Jeff Smith 16 points, Jim Long 14. Adam was also on 14 points. But Jeff Smith has a massive advantage in the legs difference, plus 15 compared to the
45.
plus 9 of Jim Long.
$93.
And Jeff Smith did his damage early in the day yesterday in terms of the legs difference. 4-1 wins against
51.
Arne, Spee and Adam Mould, respectively. It was almost cancelled out by that 4-1 defeat to Moreno, Michels, but then ended the day with a 4-1 success
98.
against Kieran, Teehan.
$81.
Although normally when you get these sort of games where they're going to be a bit tight, a bit edgy, a bit nervy, you tend to find it all goes
60.
with throw, but there's a chance here that Jeff Smith could get broken again. Jim Long first to a finish.
58. Jim, you require 150.
for what would be a hat-trick of breaks at the beginning of this contest. One thing we've seen from Jim a few times this week is that glance over the scoreboard to see who his opponent is on. Double 15.
135.
That would have been seismic.
Jeff, you
And this
require
is as big as it gets, the
170.
big fish for Jeff. Another one of them. Just underneath.
82. Jim, you require 15.
Work still to be done here for Jim Long. It's always that first single that gets a little bit edgy in this situation.
13. Jeff, you require 88.
Leaves himself in the madhouse. But he might be a bit mad in a moment. Double 16 for Jeff. I love this plate.
56.
I love that on 68.
Jim, you require 2.
Both players have missed a dart to go 2-1 up in this contest. Long on double 1. Fails to
score.
find, and that grazes the wire.
Jeff, you
And it
require
could be just the
32.
smallest of margins that separate proceedings. If Jesuit takes this out, no matter what happens at the end of this game, he will be top of the group. And that's
Game
going to be
shot
the
on the third
case.
leg, Jeff
2-1
Smith.
Almost Little apology there, wasn't there,
Fourth
from
flag, it's Jim to throw
Jeff
first.
Smith?
Game on.
Interestingly, I'm just having a look at my notes, Matt, and we've yet to have a ton plus checkout today. When you consider that day 1 and
57.
day 2 was absolutely littered with big finishes, we have yet to hit the heights on day 3.
Oh, I'm glad you're able to read your
58.
notes today, not covering them in tango again.
Yeah, they've been salvaged somewhat. One of those. I'm at the halfway stage of my note preparation. Some of it
140.
goes on the laptop, but you can't beat some handwritten scribbles every now and then.
$100. $96.
Solid leg this from Jim Long. Does have the feel and the vibe of a game that could go the distance and
174.
repeat what we've seen for the last couple of days. But look how quick
58.
it can change. 3 big darts there from Jeff Smith, a miss from Jim Long. And all of a sudden, Jeff Smith could really apply some pressure here.
59. Jim, you require
And
150.
we're just beginning to see the class come to fruition now. You may remember Jim Long missed double 15 for the 150 in the previous leg. But he's not going to get the opportunity to right that particular wrong this
98.
time around.
Jeff, you require
Smith
110.
110 to move 3-1 to the good. Long left on a single to double combination if this doesn't go. But Smith should get a dart. Is going to get a dart. And his favourite double 18.
74. Jim, you require 52.
Is to swing the pendulum again.
This is must-hit territory now for Jim Long. Huge dart.
42.
Big miss.
Jeff, you require 36.
And now Jess Smith can step into a 3-1 lead. Double 18, his favourite double. 2 9s. And now we have a plot
32.
twist.
Jim, you require 10.
I don't think many expected Jess Smith to miss 3 in hand at a double.
And in that style as well. There was a little bit wayward and different angles there from Jeff Smith.
But Jim Long cannot keep missing darts
No
at a
score.
double. Cannot keep passing
Jeff, you
opportunities
require
by.
4.
He's had opportunities to win pretty much every single leg in this match. He's 1 from 17 on the outer
Game
ring,
shot on
and
the
Jess
fourth
Smith
flag,
breaks,
Jeff Smith.
leads 3-1, and he now has the darts here to secure 4-1 success and secure a win, which effectively
flag,
put him
it's
on the
Jeff to
hill
throw first.
because he'd moved 4 points
Game
clear
on.
with 6 points left to play for. Jim Long shakes his head in the background, knowing that he's had chances, he's had opportunities, and in matter of fact, the person,
95.
if anyone, that's derailed his opportunities has been himself.
$140.
Murray Brown thinks that Jim Long's got the look of Alan Shearer. I mean, this is going to start all over again, isn't it? Because we did have this conversation yesterday.
97.
Alan Shearer, yes, I can see that. We've also had Dr. Evil. We've also had my personal one, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
59.
I'd get behind the Shearer one, you know.
Yeah, I can see there's a bit of Shearer in there, absolutely.
Well, he's been scoring like Shearer, but
139.
he's been finishing more like Richarlison in this match. Well, this would be some way
75.
to bring
Jeff, you
the
require
curtain down on this
170.
particular matchup and to put himself 4 points clear at the top of the group. He is going to get 6 from here. And boys, you're going to set up.
134.
He sets himself up on his favourite double. After just 12 darts, a good solid leg for Jeff Smith, who could have some
100.
daylight at the
Yes,
top.
require 36. Game
The
shot and
silencer
match,
is on
Jeff
the hill.
Smith.
Jeff Smith gets the better of Jim Long by 4 legs to 1. He moves 4 points clear at the top of the table, with a pair only being able to amass a maximum of 6 more points. It's a 4-1 win for Jeff Smith. That's the tail of the tape from that particular encounter. 82.83. It's steady once again from the Canadian, who wins the battle of the 2 players from the Atlantic this week. So a 4-1 win for Jeff Smith in that one. Coming up next, Arne, Spee and Moreno Michels. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jeff Smith got the better of Jim Long by 4 legs to 1. It puts the silencer on the cusp of qualification through Group A, through to Saturday evening's final here of the live lounge in Portsmouth. These two, well, they're going to be duking it out on Thursday and Friday. Arne Spee is definitely going to be in Group C. If he loses this game, he's going to guarantee finishing bottom of the pile up against Moreno Michels, the Dutchman, former grand finalist here at the Super Series, who needs to win this one realistically to keep any hopes of himself being in Group B alive on Thursday and Friday respectively.
First
he had a fantastic
leg,
day
it's Arne to
yesterday,
throw
but it hasn't
first.
quite worked out
Game on.
so far this morning. Lost out 4-0 to Jeff Smith in his opening match and only got 4 darts that are double in the contest.
It's one of those games that
99.
really could be anything, but Michels has still got plenty to play for here. He could still change his position. We know Arne's pretty much likely to be bottom of the table, and every single
100.
league position and every single place now is more prize money. And ultimately as well, the big carrot dangled of the
140.
Group B place as well for positions 2 and 3. So there's so much here for Moreno still to play for. That Group B to get the better opportunity and the
100.
more money in the pocket.
All looking to make it through to Saturday night's final. You can be here on Saturday night at the Super Series. Scan that QR code. It takes you over to dartshop.tv where you can obtain your ticket for a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. Just a £2 booking fee and a very affordable night out at the Arrows. World-class sport for a very affordable price. Spee, first to a finish, leaving 108 to take out this opening leg. Was 3-0 down to Kieran Teehan before taking the game to a deciding leg. Was unable to win it. He's unable to win the first leg at this turn, and Michels needs a
52.
Big finish here.
116. Arne, you require 56.
Tops for Spee. 4-1-0 lead. The Dutchman's on the board. In the battle of the two Dutchmen, the battle of the two ADC European qualifiers this week.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
You had to be careful with that, didn't you, Arne? That was a full glass of water.
22.
See how carefully he had to pick it up. If he had shaky hands, he would have been covered in it. It'd look like he had a shower.
47.
No expense spared on the spring water, I see.
60.
There it is.
Remember, he's had a drink out of that as well, and look how much is still in it. Yeah, it's a braver man than me to fill it that full.
57.
I'd rather not talk about drinks being spilt in places this week.
58.
Yeah, you've worn a couple of drinks this week, haven't you, so far?
Yeah, my radiator's had a lot of work over the last couple of days in terms of drying things.
$96. $45.
I mean, we just had a little look there at the live in-play odds
98.
just to see how the odds compilers are assessing this, with Arne being a leg ahead. Even those are not wavering too much. It's still odds on
95.
for Moreno Michels.
Moreno, you require 167.
167 for Michels. Down for treble 19. Would have left himself a dart of the bullseye. Finish has been taken out each of the opening 2 days of play.
Arne, you require 118.
Spee 118 for the break of foe and a 2-zip advantage. Treble 20 for double 19. Just strays
86.
the other side.
Moreno,
I mean, it's not a bad
28.
leave if Moreno Michels misses double 14. Oh, that's a wild one.
Game shot on the second leg. Moreno
the double three is
Michels.
pinned and Michels levels up at 1 apiece. Now, Michels, his second dart went into the single 11
Third
there,
leg.
just above
It's
the
Arne to
first
throw
dart you saw,
first.
which may have just
Game on.
slightly obscured your picture somewhat. He then headed down towards the double three, which was smack bang in the middle of the
43.
bed, and Michels has levelled this contest up at 1 apiece.
I've never known anyone go, I want 17. Oh, that's 11 double 3, mate.
60. 60.
Whatever way he went, he got it. And he's back in the game. It's back level.
100.
1 apiece. Back to being very firm favourite.
60.
Just a reminder who's coming up later on this week
60.
in Group C. We're going to be watching Peter Hudson, Nick Fulwell and Shane Hayward in action up against the bottom three players in Group A, while second and
58.
third will be in Group B, and this is such a good group. They're going to be joined by Adam Lipscomb, Chris Quantock and Justin Hood.
I'm looking forward
100.
to seeing Adam Lipscomb. He's been impressive, hasn't he? The last couple of times he's been here, he played very, very well in the
55.
Influence event, picking up the pairs title with George Scaife, who hit a 180 in his opening 3 darts.
100 quid went down the drain for that.
And then
100.
the week before that, he got through to the semi-finals, had a very good week, was hitting a lot of 100 averages.
45. Moreno,
I
you
think
require
his value.
81.
Double 13.
68.
Inside it goes. Now, didn't have to attack it with Spee not on a finish, but sometimes they say in sport the best form of defence is attack.
45.
Not quite Jurgen
Moreno,
Klopp
you
Gengen
require
press
13.
style attacking for Michels. Double 4 is what he wants. Now down for double 2. And now,
11.
suddenly things
Arne,
get
you
a
require
little bit
135.
interesting.
$85. Moreno, you require 2.
Well, you left it, Moreno. And
Getting
he's
shot on the
taken
third
it. He
leg, Moreno
breaks.
Michels.
He leads 2-1.
4 flag. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
And you see Europe have got their first major
96.
tournament taking place in July. On July the 6th, the Benelux Trophy. The winner of that will play at the newly announced ADC Global Championship
30.
at the back end of 2024.
Good prize fund as well. That is a great way to end the year. Be a nice Christmas gift for
100.
somebody. £25,000.
Yep, I'm going to have to work a day for free.
60.
What, you mean you're not going to be able to charge your usual £10?
60.
See, you had a little tumbleweed there, Max, just going by.
140.
That's because it wasn't a joke, it was a statement of fact.
$99. $43. Moreno, you
Time
require
on his hands.
146.
For Moreno. So this becomes just a set-up play.
58.
Well, Arne Spears cleaned his specs and he hopes to be span from here on in. He's way outside the finishing zone.
45. Moreno,
And
you
Michels is
require
going to get
88.
ample opportunity to move himself 3-1 in front.
Sensible play there for Moreno. Not chasing it round to the ball.
56.
Not finding drama.
Case of once bitten, twice shy.
Yeah, he's found a bit of drama in other places, hasn't he, throughout this game, and just doesn't need any more on this occasion.
Moreno, you require
Just trying to get the
32.
job done, get the points on the board. Plenty to play for, as we've mentioned already with Moreno.
Game shot on
No
the 4
messing
flag.
about on that
Moreno
occasion.
Michels.
Moreno Michels moves 3-1 to the good. And a good way from getting the better of Arne Spee, who
5th
has the
flag.
darts
It's
to
Arne to throw first.
stay in this particular
on.
contest. The last game from the second round of fixtures for our day. Adam Bold and Jess Smith come up after this short break. Smith wins that one. He is pretty much
135.
home and hosed. He would force Jim Long to beat Arne Spee. And after that, and I
100.
don't mean this with any disrespect at all to Arne, Jeff's still got to play him. So you sense if he wins that game
44.
against Adam Mould, he's pretty much there.
$60.
However, Arne's win did come against Jim Long, who led the table at the time he beat him.
$83.
I mean, it did look coming into today, didn't it? That was going to have a dramatic sort of close finish, but the way it's all going, it's all panning out in the favour of Jeff Smith.
100.
And the rest might be playing for places, and all those places do matter. Sizable difference in regards to the prize money that the players receive.
100. $140. Arne require
139 for Spee to bring it back to 3-2. Not going to go, and so Michels looking at 101 to
59. Moreno,
win the match. It would put him on to 12 points in the group. Went for treble 14 with 82 remaining.
36.
And hasn't really cleaned it
Arne
up.
require
Arne
80.
would expect at least to dart at tops here.
This comes across to try and open up the bed.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Beautiful
Arne
dart.
Spee.
Really, really good dart there from Arne Spee, who, again, it just felt the game was getting away from
Sixth
him.
leg. It's Moreno.
But
to throw
Moreno,
first.
when the misses are coming, they're
Game
coming
on.
low. Just dropping that dart low. Again, coming underneath the treble. Surely going to have to come away.
60.
That was persistence, but maybe stubborn persistence, because there was surely no way in there for Moreno.
85.
The way his darts sit, the angle of entry, just that upwards trajectory, that's where he wants it, the top wire, because then he can go underneath. Ironically,
139.
that's when he switches away.
Funny old game, Matt, isn't it?
60.
I suppose with it, though, a lot of people, a lot of players, what they'll do is they'll just play on the moment, play on the instinct, how they feel at that moment in time, which is why sometimes we get
60.
these sort of inconsistent patterns.
140.
Nice to see that Robbie is telling us how to do our job in the chat room.
58.
Why are you not saying any facts, Matt?
That is a conversation I don't even think needs opening, because it's something that there is no factual for who is the greatest player of all time, because there is no fact, there's no determined factor to it. And, well, I do think when you've got a 16-time world champion, it should be an easy answer.
100.
But, yeah, we don't need to go there.
Well, Michels is on the cusp of picking 2 points up and picking off a 4-2 victory against
42.
Arne Spee.
Moreno, you require 84.
14 and ball. Bullseye! Doesn't go.
50. Arne, you require 150.
I've got a feeling he's going to go for 3 bullseyes here. I've got this strange feeling he's going 3 bullseyes. That was a bad darted ball.
41. Moreno, you require 34.
For the match, double 17. Oh, that's awkward. Very awkward. But finds a way
Game
in
shot
with the
and the
last
match.
dart in hand. And
Moreno
Moreno Michels gets the better of Arne Spee by 4 legs to 2. It was him on to 12 points in the group. Arne Spee is going to be left on 2 points. And no matter what's going to be bottom of the group, that's the tale of the tape from there. Coming up after the break, game 1 for round 3. Adam Mould up against Jess Smith.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanauskas.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanauskas. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanauskas.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanauskas.
he needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We completed 2 rounds of fixtures on this Wednesday morning. This is what we've seen so far. So good for Jess Smith. 2 wins from 2 from him puts him on the hill after Jim Long lost his first game to Adam Mole by 4 legs to 1. He beat Jim Long by that scoreline in match number 2. And this is how the table looks as a consequence of it. Jess Smith with a 4-point lead. 6 points for everybody left to play for. A victory in this one against Adam Mould really does put him on the hill. Jim Long in second spot alongside Adam Mould on 14. Remember, Mould plays Smith in this particular match, whilst Teehan and Michels are hoping there's a slip up from one of the players in second and third so they can get the jump in terms of Group B qualification on Thursday and Friday evening respectively. So this is a huge game for Jess Smith. He wins this one. He is so close to qualifying through to tomorrow night's final. However, a win for Adam Mould will make things very interesting. Doesn't put him out of the fold, and it'd be very good news for Jim Long, who takes on Arne Spee in a couple of matches' time.
The biggest thing that stood out for me on that league table was the leg difference. Plus 18 at the moment there for
First leg.
the
It's Adams to
silencer.
throw first. Game on.
Distance of 12 legs. This could all be done here. If Jeff Smith wins this by quite a distance and puts more legs on the board, I think he's pretty much safe because there's only 6 points left to
60.
play for in regards to the rest of the fixtures. And Jeff Smith would already be on that 20 points. So he'd have to lose his last 2 games and lose them heavy while other people
43.
won well. This could be pretty much start the singing.
Could be wrapped up very quickly indeed.
60.
And the thing is, it's looked like Jess Smith played well all day, just like you've been mentioning all week. But you look at the numbers, it's only 84 and 82. But it's felt so much better than that.
140. $85. 140.
But it's always around that sort of 6-visit range, isn't it, for Jeff Smith? That's the key. Sort of 83 plus always means
60.
you're in that 6-visit block, and you're always going to be competitive.
Just continually putting himself in good positions in matches and in legs, and he's put himself in a good position here, leaving 78 after 12.
100.
Adam leaves himself
If you
on a
require
finish,
78.
but it's a free data. Smith should get a data to double here at the end of this. Well, 66
42.
left, and Jeff Smith
Adam, you
decided to
require
attack the treble 10.
136.
I quite like it. I'm not going to lie. Jeff might not, though. Now, I like the play.
96.
In that situation,
Jeff,
Adam
you
Mouldy's
require
2 trebles and a
56.
double. The likelihood is you're going to get away with that sort of
Game
play.
shot on the first leg.
Comes back
Jeff
with 3
Smith.
darts in hand, gets it done. It was against the darts as well, so had Adam Mould took it out, there
Second
was nothing
leg, it's
lost.
Jeff
It
to
wasn't
throw
like it was a
first.
breaker throw.
Game on.
So much about it, plus a good psychological warfare there where he's going, I'm the man at the top of the table. And if you're good enough, you can have a go.
43.
And if you're not, I'm going to break your throat.
Sound a little bit like Bradley Walsh there. Come and have a go if you think you're good enough.
100.
See, that expression for me is like slightly different. It was
140.
there was an old show on one of the channels called Endurance. Same sort of it was same expression.
99.
Bradley Walsh must have took it from there and not seen Bradley Walsh.
So take it you're not a man that sits down at 5 o'clock with a cup of tea and your dinner watching the chase.
100.
No.
34.
Take it you like pointless instead.
We now know how Henry
123.
Deacon spends his evenings.
Well, you got to do something to fill the time out, haven't you? Smith again leaving himself on a 2-darter after 12 darts.
58.
95 this time, and he's
95.
got 6 from here to double his advantage. Doesn't really matter, he's missed on the inside
79.
because he's going to come back for 3 more double 8, which is causing 1 or 2 problems so far today. Matter of fact, Jeff Smith could pick up his 10th leg of the day here for the concession of just
60.
1.
Jeff, you require 16.
This is why I think he could get it pretty much done very, very early today.
Game shot on the second leg.
He just
Jeff
needed
Smith.
somebody to stand up and show us that consistency. No surprise to see that it's Jeff Smith.
Third leg. It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
The gap is appearing at the top of the table.
In play.
140.
Jeff Smith is on 20 points plus 20 legs difference. Jim Long, 14 points plus 6. Adam Mole, 14 and 0.
96.
For Long, it's becoming a taller and taller order. For Adam Mole, it's getting into the realms of impossibility now.
45. $131. 85. $93.
The mould again in danger of getting broken here. Jeff Smith showing his class, showing his quality, showing his experience, and showing his levels.
137.
Because he has stepped it up here in this crucial clash.
85. Adam, you require 94.
To bring it back to 2-1. Tops. 2 in hand. Only needs the one. It's a 14-darter to get Adam Mould on the board in this contest. However, he's still going to have to find a break at some point. And Jeff has the darts here to move himself 3-1 to the good, to re-establish that 2-leg gap and to put him one away from the victory post.
96. 46. 55.
Jeff Smith, the silencer, quietly going about his business. Not everybody goes about their business as quietly as Jeff does, but he's just
99.
serenely progressing his way through this group. Just efficient, just sheerly efficient.
This is why
59.
when we sat in the commentary box around about September, October time, and he says, Matt, who do you like to see here next year at the Super Series? I said, Jeff Smith. I think he could be a serial winner
138.
of groups, of weeks, and of a series.
100.
However, Adam Mould's got a bit of an opening here to break the throw. If he can set up nicely from here, if he can leave himself on a 2-darter, he's not going to do now. But if he can find a treble, he would he'd find himself in a decent enough position. 1, 2, 4. So he's going to get a chance. But under what pressure?
45. Adam, you require
It's
124.
advantage Adam Mould to level this game up at 2-2. When Jeff Smith went 2-0 to the good, you expected him just to rally home towards the line. Bullseye. Doesn't
90.
go. And not for the first time today.
Jeff,
Somebody missed the ball and then left double
146.
17 as a result. To Moreno Michels to win his last match. But Jeff Smith looking to move 3-1 up here with a 146. And he's going to have a dart at double 16 to do exactly that.
130.
It would have been a real power
Adam, you
play
require
when
34.
you consider the connotations to it.
Deep breath, a sigh of relief, and now the focus for Adam Mould. One dart left. One more opportunity.
No score.
And that
Jeff, you require
put
16.
him in serious trouble here. As Jeff Smith stares down a 3-1 lead.
This could be curtains if it goes. It
Game
could
shot
be
on
the
the
beginning of
fourth
the
leg,
end for Adam
Jeff
Mould.
Smith.
Jeff Smith moves 3-1 to the good.
Fifth leg. It's Adam to throw first.
Well, I think
Game
that
on.
look says it all as far as Adam Mould is concerned.
Well, he knows his only chance really of winning this group now is by winning this match.
134.
This one goes, his chance goes, and then it moves to secondary prizes. Can you get a Group B? Can he earn some more prize money?
Well, the issue he's got is he'd be on the back foot in that particular race
96.
because if Kieran Teehan beats Moreno Michels, he suddenly goes back into 4th position.
Well, Jim Long alluded to it, didn't he? That he says you can go from top in this group to
100.
4th or 5th in the matter of a couple of matches.
Well, he quite literally did yesterday.
100. 140.
Just beginning to up the ante a little bit here, Adam. His average just getting closer to that of Jeff Smith, averaging 90 in this game. Mould 87.32 now.
Adam, you require 127.
And could be on the cusp of bringing this game back to 3-2. He's
87.
going to leave himself on tops after 12 to get one back, although Smith does have the insurance policy of trying to win the match in the next leg.
140.
May not even need that if
Adam,
Mould
you
spurns
require
this
40.
opportunity. Smith's back
Jeff, you require
to
35.
complete a victory, which would see him so close to qualification. 29 left, and 29 is not a combination. It gets checked out very often. Double six to complete a 4-1 victory for Jeff Smith. And the silencer is very much on the cusp of qualification now. He moves temporarily 6 points clear of Jim Long at the top of the group with a much heavier legs difference as well. A real show of respect there from Adam Mould, but a real good performance from Jeff Smith. An average of just under 91.5. 4 from 7 on the doubles. A real good display for the Canadian. Coming up after the break, Kieran, Teehan and Moreno Michels will go toe-to-toe on the hockey.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jeff Smith got the better of Adam Mould by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, Kieran against Moreno Michels. We're going to take a break from the top of the group temporarily to see what's going to happen in the middle of the table. Kieran would have been buoyed by that defeat for Adam Mould, and particularly by the 4-1 scoreline of Jeff Smith, because it means that a win here will put him up to 3rd place in the table and put him in a strong position to progress through to Group B up against Moreno Michels, who had the nigh on perfect day yesterday, but a bit like Monday, Wednesday hasn't gone to plan for the Dutchman.
Game on.
Jeff Smith's on the cusp of qualifying through to the final on Saturday after getting the better of Adam Mould by 4 legs to 1 before the break.
131.
Jim Long takes on Arne Spee in the next game, and if Arne can win that particular encounter, we're going to watch the silencer on Saturday night here of the Super Series.
95. $60.
Kieran, so far today, A 4-3 win against Arne Spee from 3-0 down, and a 4-2 defeat to Adam Mould. And it's not really, in terms of the performances for Kieran, gone to plan at all today.
Sort of feel this is a game that could go any direction, any way, and it's one of those where you'd just put the warning up, wouldn't you, to be very sensible if you're playing along at home on this one.
58. Moreno,
Remember, it is 18 plus, and it is begambleaware.org. You can have a flutter of the Super Series today. Michels is going to take out the 126. What is
54?
Teehan going to make up the 152 to take out this opening leg on throat. In terms of the scoring, in a lot of his legs, and a lot of his games, he's been behind the 8 ball in that particular equation as Teehan.
And
he's presented Michels with an opportunity here to take out the opening leg. It's double 12.
Game shot on
it's
the
1-0
first leg.
Michels.
Moreno Michels.
14 dart breaker throw for the Dutchman to take a 1-0 lead.
Second leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Of course, Players' Championship action taking place today in Hildesheim,
100.
Germany. You mentioned earlier on, congratulations to Alan Suter for winning yesterday's event, getting the better of Daryl Gurney by 8 legs to 7 in that particular final. Just to run you through the card in case you didn't watch the action yesterday. Suter being Gurney 8-7 in the final in the semis. Daryl Gurney got the better of Raymond van Barneveld by 7 legs to 4. Suter demolishing Dirk van Dijvenbode 7-0. Averaging 102 in that particular contest. And in the quarterfinals, Van Barneveld got the better of Kevin Duets by 6 legs to 4. Good one for James Reid. Sees him ever so closer towards the World Match Play at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool. He beat Daryl Gurney by 6 legs to 4. Alan Suter beating Neil Zonneveld by 6 legs to 3. And Dirk van Dijvenbode with a 6-1 success against Madars Razma. It was a real good day for Dirk in terms of performances. And was only beaten, as I say, by that 102 by Suter. Suter in that final, averaging 93.63, Gurney 85.38. Suter with his first PDC senior title under his belt. And will help him in terms of qualification for key events to keep his tour card privileges. But Michels, 150 left after 12 to double his advantage to 2-0.
Kieran, you require 122.
We did see the 1-2-2 earlier in the week, didn't we? And that was by Arne Spee, and it was taken out in unorthodox style. This more conventional here from Teehan. Bull, double 18 was the way. I really enjoyed
90.
that finish from Arne Spee.
Well, another single 20 will leave the bullseye for Moreno Michels.
59.
He's unable to find it. I tell you what, the bullseye hitting today has been somewhat off kilter so far. Triple 18 for double 16. Double 16 for Teehan. To level this match up at 1 apiece. Recovering well following the errant first dart. 1-1 this game is. Teehan recovering the break that he lost in leg 1.
It's Kieran to throw first. Game on.
Teehan's attention will now be on
140.
the possibility of a Group B place. There are only 6 points left to play for Teehan, with 3 games to go, and with
100.
Jeff Smith already hitting the mark of 20 points. Does mean his ceiling has lowered slightly.
$97. $85. $82. 100. $115.
Great setup there by Kieran to leave himself on 67 after 12 to turn this game around. He was 1-0 down in this contest. Michels broke in the opening
80.
leg.
Kieran, you require 67.
It could be normal service resumed if Teehan could take out this 67. He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 8. Grazes the
51.
wire.
Moreno, you require 136.
This would be a huge tide turner.
He's had quite a few of those sort of finishes, though, hasn't he?
100. Kieran, you
Moreno.
require 16.
He's trying to put both of his names together at the same time.
Game shot on the third leg. Kieran Teehan.
And Teehan pins the double 8 to move 2-1 in front from 1-0 down.
And that's not
Fourth
all it
leg,
does.
It's Moreno to throw first.
The temporary position for Teehan on the live in-play table moves him into a Group B position, and
100.
he would be getting a few more pounds in the pocket.
And I get to play tomorrow night in a group where 3 from 5 go through as opposed to 2 from 6 in the afternoon.
77.
Although the levels and the standards of that Group B, very strong, very solid, just like this Group A.
180.
As Moreno finds his second maximum of the game.
96.
Hit 2 180s on Monday, 5 maximums yesterday, averaging 1 per game. But these, his first ones of the day, didn't manage to get any in his opening fixtures.
$44. Moreno, you require 121.
Michels 6 starts from 121 to square this contest up at 2 apiece. The bullseye!
Game shot on the
Beautifully
fourth
fouled
leg.
by
Moreno
Moreno Michels. Level we are at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Kieran to throw first.
Magic for Moreno.
Game on. $140. $57.
Reminder that if you haven't done so already, to subscribe to the Modus
100.
Super Series YouTube channel, because on top of the live action we bring to you 6 days a week here from Portsmouth, we have plenty of bonus content
45.
to keep you entertained with, including the Bullseye Challenge, exclusive interviews and other such fun stuff available on there. So do drop the YouTube channel a
55.
subscribe today.
$34.
Two things happening here, a solid leg for Teehan and nothing happening for Moreno.
119.
Just a comfortable holder throw. And as a player, you love these sort of situations where you almost get a leg off.
140. Kieran, you require 87.
Double 18 for 14
Game shot on the
starts and a
fifth leg,
3-2
Kieran
lead. Kieran Teehan has turned this game around to some tune. He's turned his day around to some
Sixth
tune.
leg, it's Moreno
This
to
is
throw
much better than
first.
anything we've seen
Game
from
on.
him so far. And credit to Moreno, he's brought his average up to about 93.5.
100.
Significantly better than what we've seen for him for his last 3 games.
125.
He ended yesterday with just an average of 77. He's kick-started today with a 77 and a 75.
100. 140.
But Teehan really putting the afterburners on in the back part of this game.
140. 100.
He's had a 1-2-1.
Moreno, you require
Can he
161.
save the match for a 1-6-1? Not to be on this occasion.
97. Kieran, you require 130.
It's a big ask, but it's a match opportunity here for Teehan.
$60. Moreno, you require 64.
To take us the distance. 2 darts, a double 8. And now double 4.
Game shot
And
on
we
a
will
sick
go
leg.
all
Moreno
the way
Michels.
to a 7th and deciding leg in this match.
I mean, that was a good leg for Teehan.
7th
So
and final
again,
leg. It's Kieran to
Moreno,
throw
you've got to
first.
say, well
Game
done
on.
and full credit, because resisting that challenge of Teehan, and now Teehan's had that leg. Trying to repeat it
96.
after being resisted that way is always a little bit trickier.
$59. $61. $140.
That 140 just keeps his leg very interesting. A lot now depends on this next visit from Kieran. And it's a big visit. 140 means that he holds the aces. He holds the cards in this 7th and deciding leg.
$132.
Michels has left himself on the fish. Teehan needs to find a couple of trebles now.
$58. Moreno, you require 170.
Well, this would be some way to see off the contest. He's already had a 1-2-1 in this match. Can he finish off with a fish? Not to be. And now Teehan has the chance of a big finish.
105. Kieran, you require 146.
For the match, 146.
And it may need to go. And it won't. Michels hasn't let too many of these opportunities pass him
59.
by, but he hasn't
Moreno,
had
you
too many of
require
them today.
65.
Well, this has been a game that has seesawed in one direction and then the other. And Michels is going to have double 18 for the match. He's had a dart to win
47.
this game, and that dart's come and
Kieran, you
gone.
require 87.
And so Teehan 87 to pick up the spoils to win 4-3. He's going to have 2 in his hand at double 8. Now he's going to have to be down for double 17. Well, this is some readjustment.
70.
And it wasn't even close.
Moreno, you require 18.
And so Moreno gets another chance
Game
to
shot
win the
and
match, and he does.
Moreno Michels.
And he gets the better of Kieran Teehan by 4 legs to 3. And it means that Mo's on 14, Michels is on 14, and Kieran Teehan has now gone down to 5th place in the group. A group which he had a chance of winning yesterday, and he now finds himself in the doldrums. Well, that's how that game panned out. Coming up after the break, Jim Long takes on Arne Spee. If Long loses, Smith's through.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is now decision time, coming towards the top end of the table. Jim Long needs the points. He's the closest rival to Jeff Smith, who's the runaway leader now. 20 points, Jeff Smith, 6 points gap. And Jim Long goes up against the man at the bottom of the table. If he was to pick a game, if he was to choose your opponent, I'm sure Jim Long would be picking the man at the moment who's only picked up 1 win so far. However, that 1 win that Arne Spee has managed to pick up so far was actually against Jim Long. He managed to pick that game up yesterday with a 4-3 success. Jim Long missing one match start in the process.
Game on.
So it's now or never for Jim Long. He has got to be perfect from here on in, and he has got to hope
45.
that there are mistakes to come for Jeff Smith. It feels an uphill task, but for as long as there's a mathematical possibility,
26.
he's still going to believe. But so far today, he's only picked up 2 legs. Lost 4-1 to Adam Mould and has lost 4-1 to Jeff Smith. He missed 16 darts at a double
100.
in that particular contest, including a handful to win the opening leg. And it just felt like from that point onwards that Jeff just took the running, and there was only one winner of that particular match.
45.
I think after what was such a good first day, a spectacular first day for Jim Long, he's going to be extremely disappointed
66.
at the way things pan out if he doesn't win the group.
I wouldn't say it was just the first day. I'd say it was the first day and a half, because even going into the first couple of games on Tuesday, he averaged 92 and 98,
58.
but he lost with the 98. And that sort of was the beginning of the downfall for Jim Long.
100.
Well, Jim Long is still in with a shout, at least, of qualifying through, and that's all you can ask for at this particular stage.
25.
Although he could be silenced by the silencer. Things could get very quiet in here very
45.
soon, because Arne Spee has taken the ascendancy in this first leg against Throw.
Arne, you require 164.
And Arne here has 6 darts on 164 to take out this opening leg.
73.
Spee's going to come back for 91 to take out the opening leg against Throw. It's been a
57.
very
Arne, you require
cagey
91.
start to this match, if the truth be told.
Even in the position he is right
51.
now, the
Jim, you require
odds compiler's still
135.
giving odds of around 1 to 5 on Jim Long right now. Obviously, looking at the way the results have gone and the week for Arne Spee, and obviously the class that Jim Long may be able to dig out at a key moment. A shake of the head for Jim Long. He wonders where it came from.
Second leg. It's Arne to throw first. Game on.
But a big finish to add to the column for Jim Long. That's his 5th of the week so far. Biggest one we've seen from him so far, the 153. And that is the biggest we can see in terms of the scoring department.
Well, interestingly, Jim has began leg 2 on the 19s. What do you gather from that?
121.
A lack of confidence on the higher target. Sometimes you just want to
100.
change the trajectory slightly. We may see him go back up again now.
$96.
Spee 4 was on a spree in leg 1. I suppose if there's any kind of
84.
Saving grace of sorts is the fact that it was on the Jim Long darts. Nothing's really been lost apart from the leg. In terms of the match, it's kind of as you'd expect it to be.
81. Arne, you require 137.
He's got 6 on 137.
44. 95. Arne, you require 93.
So to attack it, we'll go Chubber 19 first. So we're going to take it out. Now, Jim's already had 1 ton topper
Jim, you require
in this match. Can he make it 2 by pinning the 108? We'll stay there. And he's going to have a dart at double 16. That's superb from Jim Long. 2 ton plus checkouts in a row in legs where it looked like Arne Spee was going to win.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first.
It could be 2-0 in that man's direction, but it's 2-0 to Jim Long. And you can tell how much it's pained the Dutchman.
I think this is one of the things I like about Arne Spee. He doesn't go up there thinking, I'm bottom of the table, I'm in Group C, my campaign is run here in Group A. He wants to win every single leg. And he's
41.
enjoying every single moment up there. And who knows? This might be the only time we see him at the Super Series. So why not enjoy it?
98.
I think sometimes a lot of players are very guilty of the fact that you sort of know you've got, or you think you've got more chances
60.
and more time, and you never know when the last time is you play on the stage like that. So absolutely a lot can be taken from the attitude of Arne Spee.
Sometimes you think you know, but you don't know.
133.
And it just looks like that second ton plus out has just hit
60.
Arne Spee where it hurts. And Jim Long has taken full advantage of that. If at times on Monday and Tuesday it was his excellence that prevailed Jim Long, in this game it is his timing. He's left tops after 12 to move 3-0 to the good. And it just keeps
60.
Jess Smith thinking. He
Jim,
takes
you
on Kieran
require
Teehan next
40.
to get the job done. Jim Long forcing him to win that match. He's
Game
3-0
shot on
up
the
in this
third
one with a
leg,
14
Jim Long.
darter. He's in control.
Fourth flag, it's
This
Arne
is
to
solid,
throw
isn't
first.
it, from
Game on.
Arne. From Jim, sorry. From Jim.
100.
Just repeating what I hear there from referee Jack Garwood calling Arne into the bubble. Jim Long very solid and again starts downstairs.
133. $91.
And this is probably where, again, we speak about what Arnie's played before in comparison to playing
57.
this. He probably doesn't get hit this hard at local level compared to the way he's getting hit by big shots here.
Oh, absolutely not.
60.
The Super Series is the bridge to what we'd call the professional side of the game, the Pro Tour.
119.
And Jim here is 6 darts away from winning this match.
And the style in which he's doing it, you would not put it past him. And we said he needs big wins.
38.
Leg difference is important.
$100.
He's left himself on a 2 darter after 12. He could register back-to-back 14 darters to win this game 4-0. It also pretty much ensures he's going to be back for the
100.
night session as
Jimmy
well.
require 92.
He's going to have 2 darts at double 16 to round
Game
off
shot
a
and the
comprehensive
match,
4-0
Jim Long.
victory. And Jim Long will force Jeff Smith to batter out against Kieran Teehan up next. 2 ton plus checkouts in the first 2 legs when Arne Spee looked like he was on top in both of them. Was the difference in that particular contest. And the pair having a good old natter about that. Long 4, Spee 0. It's Smith and Teehan in our 10th game. The game that could decide the group after this. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where after 3 rounds of matches, Jess Smith finds himself on the cusp of qualification. He's won each of his first 3 matches by a margin of 4 legs to 1. And after Jim Long lost 4-1 to Adam Mould, it has been the silencer who has held all of the cards as far as the group is concerned. Jim Long has made sure Jess Smith has to win this game against Kieran Teehan after a 4-0 victory against Arne Spee before the break. And this is how the table looks as a consequence. Jess Smith on 20 points, top of the pile. Any victory here against Kieran Teehan will see him through to Saturday night's final. Jim Long is in a very good position to be in Group B at the worst case scenario. Adam Mould, Moreno and Michels are both on 14 points. Kieran Teehan on 12 points. And if he loses this game to Jess Smith, because of the fact Mould and Michels have to play a little bit later on, somebody's got to get on to 16 points in the group. It will mean that Teehan will be unable to get into the night session. But it's all about that man in your picture there, Jess Smith, the silencer, the Canadian, who is a victory away from qualification through to Saturday night's final, up against Kieran Teehan, for whom the pair have had a couple of interesting battles this week. Teehan raced into a 3-0 lead against Jeff in the first game of the week on Monday morning, before a 4-3 victory for Jeff against the Irishman in that one. And so it is about to be battle commence between Smith and Teehan in our 10th game of the afternoon session, the game that could seal Jeff Smith's progression. And so, Matthew Edgar, what do you think is going to happen here? Because if you look at the balance of play today,
Jeff to throw first.
Jeff is a very heavy favourite to win this contest.
Oh, if you look on how things have gone today, there is only one winner, and that is Jeff Smith. And that's what the odds compilers think as well, giving you odds of 1-3 on Jeff Smith, 9-4 available on
80.
Kieran Teehan. However, as we know and have seen so many times with live sport, that there is no guarantees and no two games are the same.
44.
Well, Smith, who qualified through to Saturday the last time he was here at the Super Series, looking to back it up
140.
here. Last time he did play was in Series 7, Week 3, and he lost
60.
in the semi-finals. Andy Hamilton, the other losing semi-finalist that night. David Cameron lost the final to Bradley Roos on that particular
100.
occasion. Tom Sykes already through to Champions Week in Series 8. His second appearance at the big week, beating Justin Smith in the final after
Kieran,
Smith had missed
121.
match darts on Saturday night. But the first chance of this game has fallen to Kieran Teehan. He's got 6 on 1-2-1 to break the Smith throw right away.
$92. Kieran, you require 56.
2 darts at tops. And now double 10.
36.
Is not converted
Jeff, you
for
require
Kieran, so Smith will come back for 125. Double 20 tops.
105. Kieran, you require 20.
And so Teehan is presented with another 3 opportunities at double 10.
Game
He
shot on
only
the
needs the first
leg,
of them.
Kieran Teehan.
And Kieran Teehan is a leg to the good. He breaks Jeff Smith.
Second leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game on.
First results coming in from Hildesheim. Mike De Decker, the first player over the line today. A
96.
6-1 victory over Graham Usher. And Hempel also a 6-0 winner over Andrew Gilding, the first seed to fall over in Hildesheim.
140.
We'll keep you up to date with the latest scores or any interesting talking points coming from the Pro Tour.
45.
Yeah, Players' Championship today, and then tomorrow it'll be the European qualifiers for Euro Tour 9 and Euro Tour 10 for the tour card holders.
100.
And the Women's Series at the weekend on top of the Super Series action. And of course the Poland World Series event. It's a very
60.
busy time in our sport, and all roads lead to Blackpool and the World Match Play in July. And Nathan Aspinall is looking to defend the title he won 12 months ago,
60.
beating Johnny Clayton in that final.
Well, the big story at the moment in regards to the World Match Play is, does James Wade make the World Match Play? He's been in the World Match Play since 2006. He is 5-3 down
80.
in the opening round to Ricky Evans, which could really open the door.
Kim Hybrecht gets the better of Richie Edhouse by 6 legs to 3.
105.
Meanwhile here, this is a superb response from Jess Smith, leading himself on 96 after a dozen darts. But this is some response from Kieran Teehan, and Maxman leads himself on tops. And now, this is suddenly a must-hit for Jeff. 76 remaining, may go double-double, will go double-double.
76.
Pin the double 18, but couldn't convert the tops.
40.
The target that Teehan wants to tee up a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on his second leg.
Kieran Teehan is 2-0 to the good. And suddenly Jim Long is probably peering over to his monitor in the
Third
practice
leg,
room
it's Jeff
with
to
a little
throw
bit of
first.
glee. He beat
Game
Arne
on.
Spee by 4-0 before the break, and now he sees his rival at the top of the group, Jess Smith, 2-0 behind to Kieran Teehan.
100.
As you mentioned earlier on, Matt, just when you think that something becomes apparent, does a surprise get sprung up somewhere? And this is an incredible performance from Teehan. His average 98.5. That's his second max of the match.
It is get in hot in here.
Keep your clothes on, Matt.
60. $97.
Good response this from Jeff Smith. Really getting embroiled in a battle. And look at the pace of Teehan.
140.
When he feels it
Jeff,
and he
you
gets
require
natural and he lets that
124.
rhythm come through. So prolific around that treble 20 bed.
That's exactly it. He is a player that's based on
92.
rhythm, based on
Kieran,
feel.
you require
If it ticks, it really
121.
does tick. This is going to have to go because Smith's on a double after 12. But Teehan isn't going to convert the 1-2-1 like
57.
Moreno
Jeff,
Michels
you
did
require
earlier on today.
32.
This draw his first leg on the board.
Game shot on the third
13
leg.
darter.
Jeff
Jeff
Smith.
Smith's in business. 2-1.
Fourth
He's going to
leg.
have to
It's
find a
Kieran to
break
throw
at some
first.
point, having been broken
Game
in
on.
leg 1.
$140.
But Kieran Teehan's scoring power in this match has just been way higher than that of Jeff. 4 140s and 2 maximums for the Irishman compared to just the 1 140 and 1 max for Jeff Smith. He's been doing his damage in the ton plus column, 6 compared to the 1 of Teehan. But I was going to mention when Teehan gets a treble, he tends to find another
81.
one to go with it. That really the first time he hasn't.
The seeds are falling in Hildesheim. 6 seeded players already out.
140.
And we've not got that many results come through yet. Most notably, though, Dirk van Dijvenbode also
45.
out. So James Wade can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief there, as Dirk is one of the real tight contenders for closing him down. But there's still a lot of people in the
91.
race who are very close to that place.
Kevin Dewitt's in 17th place in that order of merit is still in.
90.
Jeff Smith
Jeff, you
has
require
left himself on the
170.
fish after 9. He was 2-0 down in this contest. He could level up at 2 apiece here.
96. Kieran, you require
Teehan
145.
145 to move himself one away for the victory post. Isn't going to go, and so Smith's going to come back for the 74 to level this contest up at 2
59.
apiece. Remember,
Jeff, you
Jeff did
require
go
74.
2-0 down in this match. He's very much been dominating games today. But how is his powers of recovery?
38.
Well, he's missed a dart at
Kieran, you
double 18
require
to square this
86.
match up, and Teehan can move one away. Oh, and he's missed a big number. It's the cardinal sin. He should have guaranteed himself a dart at the bullseye, and he hasn't. And so Jeff Smith comes back for double 18. He just has a double check with the referee, Jack Garwood, as to the score and what's
38.
left.
Jeff, you require 36.
And when Jeff Smith's left on double 18 with 3 darts in hand,
Game
you
shot on
don't
the fourth
expect to
leg.
come back
Jeff
to the
Smith.
board, and Kieran Teehan won't. And from 2-0 down, Jeff Smith's levelled up at 2 apiece. He's now 2 legs away
Fifth leg. It's Jeff
from
to
Saturday
throw
night's
first.
final.
Game on.
And that man's 2 legs away from having to be forced into a Thursday and Friday afternoon shift. We've all been there,
60.
Matt, haven't we, when we thought we've had the afternoon off and then suddenly been forced to work it.
$85.
It's just that same story, isn't it?
100.
Teehan just gets so close, gets to the line and gets pulled back in.
55.
So, you know, when you go to the fun fair and you do that bungee run and you get to the end and it like pulls you back in again. That's like
93.
Kieran Teehan. He's on the bungee run.
I'll take your word for that.
Yeah, you're too busy watching the chase.
Now, I'm on the dance machine, aren't I? You've seen me down the arcade.
90.
On the extra hard level, aren't I? Do you want to care to explain in the next leg about that? I think we're going to have to because Matt Egg is on the floor in a heap.
Jeff, you require
158 for Jeff Smith to go 3-2 to the good. As I find the second treble 18.
126.
For my word. He's left himself on double 16 from there, and he's going to have 3 goes at it to move 3-2 in front.
134. Jeff, you require 32.
Double 16 for Jeff Smith.
No score.
Hasn't converted.
Kieran, you require 70.
Yeah, rare missed chance for the silencer. And it could be punished. It's going to be 2.
Game shot
And
on
it
the
is
fifth leg.
punished.
Kieran Teehan.
A rare miss there for Jeff Smith, but he's still got safety at the top of the table, but he will want to try and pull this one back and get the job confirmed as soon as possible, especially with how well Jim Long played in the last game.
Well, it just gives Jim Long a bit of hope, doesn't he?
77.
Do you want to care to explain that story?
140.
I'll leave that one for you, actually. I think you'll tell it better.
No. If there's one thing I can't do, that's tell stories.
Isn't that like part of the job?
81.
To be fair, that's a good point. There's different types of storytelling. Anyway, I'll tell the story. Myself and Matt, even though I said I wasn't going to tell the story, myself and Matt went to the arcade one day with El Duzzer, and we went onto the dance machine. I put in my coin, he put in his coin. He set his to the easy level, but before doing that, he had clicked on the button for my
139.
thing, and it went extra difficult. And I'm basically moving my legs around as if it's, well, it was something.
85.
Yeah,
Jeff,
standard.
you require 142.
I don't see how you didn't see it coming.
$102.
Good response again here from Jeff Smith.
70.
Missed 3 darts
Jeff, you require 40.
in the last leg to go 3-2 up. Missed those at double
Game shot
16,
on
but
the
he
sixth
does not
leg,
miss at
Jeff
tops
Smith.
and breaks the throw. And he now will throw first for the opportunity to get it
Seventh
all
and final
done.
leg. It's
To
Jeff
book
to
his
throw
ticket,
first.
to book his
Game on.
place in his second Saturday night.
He'd keep up a 100% strike rate for the Canadian. And he is going about his business beautifully.
125.
He's had to battle here against Kieran Teehan, so if he does get over the line, this is a game he has worked towards the win. It hasn't been handed to him by any stretch of the imagination. He's found himself 2-0 down. He's found himself 3-2 down in this contest.
$100.
Jeff's a player that just oozes composure. And he's doing, at the minute, everything he needs to do.
59.
All the cards are in his corner now.
$58.
218 points away now, Jeff Smith, from Saturday night's final, a second successive Saturday night final.
58.
And there's no sign of him frailing towards the checkered flag.
$83.
I like that, just rounding it off, giving himself the opportunity to throw the first dart at the ball and the 25. Give himself a nice big target with the opening dart to keep the shot alive.
134. Jeffy require 135.
For Saturday night's final. Treble 15 leads tops. And that would have been some way to have sealed it for the
Kieran,
silencer.
you require 116.
But he could keep him waiting. If Teehan can find the 116, he can't. The shot has gone. And Jess Smith will come back with 3 darts in hand at double 10
80.
to confirm
Jeffy
his
require
place.
20.
It's been all about the 2 Canadian players in this Group A. But it is the silencer who tops the lot. Jess Smith has qualified through to Saturday night's final. The former Lakeside finalist keeps up his 100% strike rate of qualifying through to the big night. A 93.68 average and getting the better of Kieran team by 4 legs to 3. He had to work to get over the line in the end. 2-0 down, 3-2 down. But Smith held his nerve to qualify through to Saturday night's final. Coming up after the break, Arne Spee takes on Adam Mould. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Jess Smith has secured his passage through to Saturday night's final, getting the better of Kieran Teehan in a last leg decider 4-3. So that's how the groups break down. The only thing to decide is whether Moulds or Michels is going to be in B or C, and that is what we've got to look forward to in the rest of the week. Myself and Matthew Aker will delve a bit more into that at the end of today's programme, but that is what we've got to look forward to for the remainder of the week. Arne Spee and Adam Mould could well be treading in different directions come tomorrow and Friday. This could be the third meeting of 5.
First. Game on.
It's Spee with the darts. Mould, who lost out 4-1 to Jess Smith in his last game, is looking to respond with a victory. Arne Spee looking to get his second win of the week.
So really, we've only got 2 places left to be decided. The rest of the fates have been decided and sorted.
59.
And Jeff Smith, the silencer, continues to be the player we expected him to be here at the Super Series.
66.
Bit like your old mate Darius Labanauskas, isn't he, for consistency and efficiency?
Well, they don't come no better
55.
than Darius Labanauskas. Very, very hard guy to beat.
You do well to win a leg against a player like Darius.
65.
If you do, I think you've got every right to celebrate.
$59.
But I just wonder whether this game could have an air of after the Lord Mayor's show for Spee and Mould, who have had their challenges, I think it's fair to say, over the last day or so.
$24.
I don't know how
Arne require 170.
Adam's going to reflect on his week so far. Because Monday looked really promising, and then
58.
progressed on Tuesday, started well today, and then it's felt like he's just gone back to type a little bit.
$40. Arne require 112.
Well, his type has been taking out these sort of finishers. That is in. But he misses the single. An ironic smile. Something we've seen
72.
from Arne for most of the week so far. Not the ironic smile, but the smile. Really is enjoying himself.
He was telling me
41.
that he watches
Arne require
every
40.
single session of the Modus Super Series
Game
in his
shot on the
spare
first
time.
leg,
And so
Arne
he's
Spee.
somewhat living a dream here. And that's a dream start. He leads 1-0.
Second leg. It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
I want to know where he fits time into work if he watches every session here at the Super Series.
84.
Unless I just dopped him in it and he's watching at work and the boss don't know.
Well, he makes sweets, doesn't he?
59.
I suppose you could watch this on an iPad whilst making some sweeties.
141.
Disappointed that he hasn't bought any sweets in.
Yeah.
Must do better, Arnie.
And does he have a nickname? Because if he
95.
doesn't, I'm all over the Candy Man.
Oh, I like it. Could be the walk-on song as well. Or you could have the song
44.
by the Archies, Sugar.
$45.
These look like two really
46.
tired players on the stage.
$98.
Giving it everything, but it just feels like the tank is close to empty and they've still got another couple of days to go.
But the most important thing, though, is on those couple of days, they'll have that rejuvenated hope of qualification, which right now has been snatched away from them as Jeff Smith already reaches 22 points. It's impossible to catch him. So they're playing for places, they're playing for
82.
prizes.
Adam, you require 57.
And for Mould, he's playing for a chance of getting into Group B.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well,
Adam
that was this game I
Mould.
put one apiece. And I have to heap praise on you, Matt. Give credit where credit's due.
Third leg.
I
It's Arne
accept.
to throw first.
You don't
Game
know what
on.
you've accepted yet.
Well, it's praise.
You don't know what kind of praise.
60.
Well, you said that 22 points would be enough to win the group. Mathematically, 22 points was enough to win the group.
That's what I thought.
77.
And that is why you get paid the big bucks.
41.
Course Players Championship action today in Hildesheim in Germany. We'll keep you
40.
abreast with all of the key action as it happens. In terms of results today, the seeds that have fallen: Andrew Gilding, Kevin Dewitts, that's a great result for James Wade, that.
99.
Gabriel Clements, Wade himself going out. Dirk van Dijvenbode, Luke Woodhouse, Scott Williams, who since that World Championship semi-final hasn't really been able to string much together. And Richie Edhouse losing
40.
to Kim Hybrecht, who we had a couple of concerns about a few weeks ago regarding how his elbow's going to be. A couple of other results: Manos Rasmus beating Owen Bates 6-2. Boris
97.
Kretschmer's beating Ravi John Rodriguez 6-3. And Lucas Venick has beaten Geert Nenches by 6 legs to 1. Elsewhere, Jeffrey Desvan is 5-3 up on Connor Scott and
100.
edging towards the winning line in that particular encounter. And Nathan Aspinall 4-2 to the good against Steve Lennon. And a game which
58.
could well be on the Super Series stage. Rene Idams for, Wesley Plaisir for. And Wesley Plaisir, a player who you may see a little bit of at the Super
140.
Series
Arne, you
towards
require 146.
the end of 2024.
56. Adam, you require 104.
Well, this to break the throw. 104. 15 for double 16. Double 16.
72.
Doesn't
Arne,
go,
you
so
require
Arne comes back
90.
for 90. Should at least get it out of the bullseye. Stay straight. And now the ball. Does not go, and so Adam Moll returns for double 16
32.
for the break of throw and a 2-1 lead. Nothing's coming easy for him, is it? Nothing at all.
No score. Arne, you require 25.
And now Spee is back for 25. Double 11.
$17. Adam, you require 32.
Double 16. Up for double 8. Now double 4. In it
Shot on
goes.
the third leg.
More breaks. He
Adam
leads
Moll.
by 2 legs to 1. Meanwhile, good victory for Cam Crabtree, beating
Fourth
down
leg.
Beveridge
It's Adam
by
to throw first.
6 legs to
Game
3.
on.
And Karel Sedlacek with a 101.18 average, beating Brett Claydon by 6 legs to 2.
97. $100.
Dom Taylor, player we've seen here at the Super Series, have success, beat Josh Payne 6-1. And Wesley Plaisir, the reigning World Masters champion, the Dutchman, is beating Rene Idams by 6 legs to 4.
80.
Really turned that around as well. He was 4-1 down in the early goings. If that was a game here at the Super Series, which both players are eligible to play in,
83.
he would have actually lost.
Plaisir has qualified through the ADC European criteria to play at the Super Series.
140.
Could be the Dutch representative at the ADC Global Championships in December.
85.
Moulds, the ADC UK number 1, 184 points away from a 3-1 advantage in this particular contest.
60.
Daniel Closer beating Jeffrey Sparidans by 6 legs to 2. Connor Scott and Jeffrey Desvan in a last leg decider.
88. Adam, you require 124.
This for a 3-1 lead. Treble 18. Would have given Medard the bullseye. Arne Spree's going to come back for the 145 to square this contest up at 2 apiece. Treble 15. Would have given Medard at tops. He has had a fair smattering of ton plus outs this week.
32.
He's had 5 so far. Mould yet to trouble the scores in that particular department, and he may not even win this leg on the double 8.
Game shot on a 4 flag.
Finds a way
Mould.
through. This has been an attritional affair. But Mould finds himself 3-1 to the good.
5th flag. It's Arne to throw first.
And it's just felt like one of those games that the harder both players have tried, the harder it's kind of got for them.
100.
Yeah, fair assessment, and that's probably due to the fact that maybe the adrenaline levels just dropped a little bit now for Adam Mould, who did have that really sort of steely, focused look across
45.
him, but that heavy defeat last time out really did just eliminate any possibility he'd have.
It's just knocked him for 6, really, hasn't it?
140.
Well, Mould wins this leg. He does have the jump on Michels, no matter
50.
what, going into the final round of fixtures in the race to get into Group B on Thursday and Friday night, respectively. But Spee
100.
is going to be first to a finish, and he's going to have acres of time to take out leg 5, although that's been quite academic in this particular contest. Ryan Michels, a leg away from beating Ronnie Highbridge, 5-3 up in that one. Mario van der Harde, 5-4 up on Adam Hunt. Spee 6 starts on 161. At least 6 starts on 161. You'd imagine he's probably going to get more.
$60. Arne, you require 124.
He's got all the time one could want.
You do in this situation sometimes unintentionally
84.
switch off a little bit because you look ahead and you think, well, I'll have to throw in the next leg. That's the one I'd expect to win it in. And you see this almost as a bit of a free opportunity. And when it doesn't go, you almost just go, oh,
Arne, you require 40.
it's fine. Worry about the next leg.
No score.
You saw Arne just have a little flick over to the scoreboard with the eyes there to see where Adam Mould was and thought, I don't really fancy double 5 with Adam Mould all the way back. I'll go back to the start again, and some intelligent darts.
94. Arne, you require 40.
Smart play, but can he execute this time around? This time Mould is on a finish. Pins the double 10, brings it back to 3-2, but Mould does have the darts here in the 6th leg to get over the line.
6th flag. It's Adam to throw first. Game on. $140.
He keeps persevering through the frustration, does Adam Mould.
100.
Martin Lukman, 5-1 up on Christian Perez, and Mario van der Harde, the Belgian, who has beaten Adam Hunt by 6 legs to 4, averaging 91.29 in that particular contest. Nick Kenny, 5-4 up on Vincent van der Voort.
And again, it's that sort of case in point you can see here where Adam Mould straight back on it here with the advantage of throwing first. Not being rushed into the situation, just wait until he feels settled. That's the experience now of the player.
58.
And he's got 6 starts. You'd sense on 180, or maybe not.
105.
Left himself on 156. Mould all about the setup from here, hoping that Spee hasn't got a 156 in the locker, which, if the truth be told, in this particular matchup hasn't really been the case.
100. Arne, you require 156.
Another one of them. I tell you what, that was almost a case of what on earth do you know,
95.
Deacon, there?
Adam, you require 80.
This for the match. 2 in hand, a double 10. The exhale of breath. And the firing of the double 10.
Adam Mole.
And Adam Mole gets the better of Arne Spee by 4 legs to 2. And it means that he moves on to 16 points. And it means he has got the advantage in the battle for Group B, although we have to play Moreno Michels later on in the session. This is how the game looks statistically. Mole, a 4-2 winner against the Dutchman. And Moreno Michels is in action up next against Jim Long. There's actually a possibility that Jim Long could be further embroiled.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanauskas.
What are you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanauskas. Game shot.
Oh, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanauskas.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanauskas.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's
Harrison.
a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Adam Mole got the better of Arne Spee by 4 legs to 2. Next up, it's Moreno Michels up against Jim Long. It's the last game from the 4th round of fixtures on this Wednesday afternoon. As far as Jim Long's day is concerned, he lost his first 2 matches by a 4-1 scoreline before then getting the better of Arne Spee by 4 legs to 0 in his previous match. It was much more like it from Jim Long, rallying well towards the end of that particular encounter, but for Moreno Michels, following a 4-0 defeat to Jeff Smith in his opening game of the day, he's responded with back-to-back wins, and the best of which last time out, averaging 94.5, and a 4-3 win against Kieran Teehan, 4 from 7 on the doubles, including a 121 checkout. For Michels, he's very much fighting to get himself into Group B on Thursday and Friday evening respectively. Meanwhile, for Jim Long, his hopes of winning the group are over. However, if Michels wins this game, he'd move on to 16 points.
78.
And Long would be safe because Mulder Michels play in the final game of the session, and so only one of them will be able to get to 18 points.
58.
But of course, positions mean different prize money, and he could slip down to third potentially if he loses both of his remaining matches. He
100.
would drop down to third if he lost both of his remaining matches. And it'd also mean that he'd have a more punishing Group B schedule in comparison to the player in second place.
95.
Is it fair to say we don't quite know what to expect from Moreno
78.
Michels?
I think it's safe to say Moreno Michels probably doesn't know what to expect from Moreno Michels at the moment, and that is where it becomes just a little bit concerning for you as a player when you're going up there and you're not sure which version of you is going to come through on the day. But I do think moving forward and into his group campaigns,
59.
I do think he'd benefit from being in Group C. I look at Group C, I look at the players in it, and you'd fancy Moreno to be challenging that top 2 places.
57. Moreno, you require 146.
And a little bit less jeopardy in that Group C, and the fact you get a few more games, you can lose a few more matches.
100. $58.
Well,
Moreno,
Michels
you
is going to get the
require
first chance to
46.
take out this first leg. 46 to move a leg. Oh my, he's missed the board. Goodness gracious, double 18.
Game shot on the
Well, he
first
recovers
leg.
well in the
Moreno
end.
Michels.
To lead 1-0. A slip out of the hand, I think, that for Moreno.
Second leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Much more like it from Jim. It felt like on Monday, no matter what he did, he was good. Tuesday started off well. I feel like today he's playing spurts, Jim Long. There's been some real good stuff at times, but there's also been some bits where
95.
he'll feel frustrated and disappointed with.
Those big power scores have not been on song today, those 180s on Monday. He hit 9 maximums. Made that 7 on
92.
Tuesday, and so far today, there is still time. There's this game and one more to go for Jim Long. But so far he's hit 2. That is a significant drop-off from where he has
45.
been.
$140.
Well, he's left himself on a finish after 9 in this leg. And he's going to have time to take it out and to level this
60.
particular contest up
Jim,
at
you
one
require
apiece.
130.
And because he had the luxury of time, he decided to start downstairs on the 19s. And
90.
he's going to leave himself on tops after 12 to square this contest up.
$60. Jim, you require 40.
Tots for long.
Game
There
shot
we
on the
are. One
second
apiece.
leg.
13
Jim Long.
data for the Canadian.
Third leg. It's Moreno to throw first.
Just to keep you up to
Game
date
on.
as to what's happening on the Pro Tour, Nathan Aspinall, a 6-2 winner against Steve Lennon. So the Asp
121.
moved to the round of 64. Klassen 5-3 up on Adam Gavlas.
91.
Josh Rock 6-0 win against Dylan Stolevin, averaging 101.33. Also a ton plus average for Andy Bartons, the reigning WDF champion, in a 6-3 win against Luke
100.
Woodhouse. Connor Scott got the better of Jeffrey Desvan in a last leg decider by 6 legs to 5. Vincent van der Voort coming back from
82.
5-4 behind to beat Nick Kenny in a last leg decider by 6 legs to 5 as well. And Ryan Meikle running out a 6-4 winner against Ronnie Highbrechts.
60.
And Michael Van Gerwen looks on the cusp of
95.
completing a 6-1 win against Michel Toretto of Italy.
$125.
Well, Michels here has left himself on 95 to
57.
put
Moreno,
himself
you
2-1
require
to the good in this
95.
particular contest. Joe 20 for double 16. Has got time.
I suppose for Jim Long, it's all about ensuring
25.
that second place. Yes, he's going to get that Group B place, but as we keep mentioning, prize money distributed in regards to your league table place. So if he finishes in second place, he'll get a
136.
better payout than if he finished
Moreno,
third
you
or
require
fourth.
70.
20 for Tops. Tops and Michels. 2-1 he
Shot on the
leads.
third leg. Moreno,
Clinically
Michels.
taken. As a matter of fact, we haven't seen a missed dart or double in this match. 3 from 3 for the pair, but it's
Fourth
split
leg,
down
it's Jim to throw
2-1
first.
in the favour of
Game
Moreno
on.
Michels.
$100.
Michael Van Gerwen now has run off a 6-1 victor against Michel Toretto of Italy.
97.
Here's a game that could grace a Super Series stage. Warming up on board A. Danny Jansen up against Richie Burnett. Brendan Dolan 4-1 up on Jeffrey de Graaf. Michael Smith
91.
5-0 up on Joshua Richardson, a player that we've seen on the Super Series stage many a time. Going Price 4-2 up on Nathan Bennett.
59.
And Raymond van Barneveld and Robert Grundy deep into battle. 3 apiece in that affair. Whilst in the battle of Europe,
100.
it's the Belgian Dimitri van den Berg who's leading the German Martin Schindler by 4 legs to 3. We'll keep you up to date with all the keynotes and key action over the course of the rest of the day.
75.
Michael Smith has won that game now against Joshua Richardson by
100.
6 legs to 0, averaging 99.1, the bully boy, in that particular contest.
$100. Jim, you require 110.
Jim Long wants 110 to level this contest up at 2 apiece. Treble 18 will leave the subsequent double, and that's exactly what he's looking at now. And that's exactly
shot on
what
the
he
fourth
finds
leg, Jim
to level
Long.
this game up at 2 apiece. A moment of quality, a moment of class from Jim Long.
Fifth leg. It's
That is
Moreno
the
to throw
7th
first.
time we have
Game
seen
on.
a big finish there from Jim Long. The 100% checkout rate continues for the players, but Jim Long's box of Tumblr's checkouts is getting a little bit
60.
full, highlighted by the 153.
$100. $45.
Damon Hetta moves 4-1 to the good against Martijn Dracht.
100.
Minter Suljevic 3-2 up on Ricardo Pietresco.
$35.
This feels like a game where Jim Long knows he kind of has his opponent exactly where he wants him and he can put him away here.
85.
I think that's the issue you've got when you've had a day that's very in and out like Moreno Michels has had, that the rest of the practice room become aware of that, and even when you're playing well, they always think, oh, I'm going to get a chance soon.
140.
There's going to be an opportunity. The door's going to open somewhere.
$45.
Going Price 6-2 winner.
100.
Well, that time puts Moreno first to a finish in this fifth leg, but Jim can leave it much more handier.
$83. Moreno, you require 121.
He's already hit this today, but there's not going to be anything sweet about a repeat for the Dutchman here.
81. Jim, you
We've
require
yet to see a dart
88.
get missed at a double here, and we'd expect Jim to have a dart at a double. So if those trends continue, we could be looking at a breaker throw. He's going to get 2 darts at double 14. That the first missed dart, and Jim was already on his way down the oche. He didn't expect it to be a
74.
miss, and
Moreno, you require
pulls the last
40.
one a bit low.
And so double top for Moreno Michels. He's going to have a go at double 10. Well, these the first missed darts at a double in this
20.
match for the pair in this fifth
Jim, you
leg.
require 14.
And Michels has spurned a number of opportunities now. Long double 7.
Game shot on the
Gets
fifth
the break.
leg.
He's 3-2
Jim Long.
up. A leg away from the win.
Sixth
Guaranteed
leg. It's Jim to
second
throw
position
first.
for the Canadian
Game on.
because of legs difference. Dimitri van den Berg, a 6-3 winner against Martin Schindler.
100.
Good recovery that there from Jim Long. He just got himself a little bit out of sync, decided to start walking before throwing the dart, and then came back and found the
100.
treble. You sometimes do these quirky little things where the mind just gets you a little bit further along than you thought you was. Quite often see people walking or
81.
taking a step on the third dart, or the other one is the transition where the hand's already coming to collect the dart before they've even properly thrown it.
140.
Speaking of which, I saw that dart of Martin Adams last week. Did you manage to catch that one?
Yeah, I think we've all had one like that, but I've never seen anything quite like it on a
129.
televised stage like that before. It was probably the most incredible dart ever thrown at the Super Series.
108.
Maxi for Moreno. He's himself an 81 after 9.
79.
Last start
Moreno,
just
you
saves
require
the equation
81.
there for Jim Long. That makes Moreno have to go for the 12 for the ball
68.
or the treble for the
Jim,
double.
you require 112.
He's already had a 110 in this match. Can he finish off with a 112? Double 20 leaves double 16. Not to be. And so Michels is hoping
60.
13 is lucky
Moreno,
for
you
him.
require 13.
And double 4 is what he's looking at. And double
Game shot on
4
the
is what he
sixth
gets.
leg. Moreno
And
Michels.
we go all the way.
7th and final leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on. $58.
Try start for Moreno opens up the door here for Jim.
And he's finding that just looked
140.
inviting. We know how Jim Long wants his darts to be, and that was the perfect sort of lie just to play off into, and it just
57.
looks on the eye as well a lot more appealing. Sometimes you'll stand there and you just look at how a dart's laying in the board, and you just expect the less to go in. You can just follow
60.
a dart.
Teehan Heta, a 6-1 winner against Martin Dract, averaging 102.62 to win that particular contest.
60.
Robert Grundy, 5-4 up on Raymond van Barneveld. Mensa Sulevic, 5-2 up on Ricardo Pietrasco. Ross Smith, 5-3 up on Willie Borland. Stephen Bunting, 4-2 down to King Barry, while Stephen
140.
Burton leads Dal Gurney 5-1, and Ross Smith has now sealed a 6-3 win against Willie Borland as Jim Long looks to seal the match with a 1-6-1.
26. Jim, you require 161.
Treble 18. Treble 18 ball.
Wouldn't have needed to have gone for the ball had he got it with
93.
Moreno Michels after 12 darts thrown, only scoring 201 points. So Jim Long all the time he needs. And he looks like he's going to
100.
pretty much confirm
Jimmy requires 68.
that second place position.
Double 16. Double 8.
60.
Not over the line yet, Jim Long.
But he's still got time. Still comfortable. Knows he'll be back for the 2 4s.
60. Jimmy require 8.
To complete the win. Double 2.
Game shot.
And Jim
and the
Long
match.
gets the better of
Jim Long.
Moreno Michels in a last leg to side of the Canadian. Pretty much rubber stamps. Second position in Group A. We're going to watch the Canadian tomorrow and Friday night in Group B. We will see whether Moreno Michels is going to be in that group or Group C in the final game of the session against Adam Mould. We're going to kick off the final round of fixtures after the break, and we're going to kick-start it with the battle of the player at the top of the table and the player at the bottom of the table. Jess Smith and Arne Spee, live and next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have now pretty much confirmed almost everything. The only thing now is who's going to be the last player into Group B. Adam Mould holds the cards as far as that's concerned. Jess Smith's definitely through. Jim Long's definitely in Group B. Arne Spee and Kieran Teehan are definitely going to be returning tomorrow afternoon. And Mould and Michels will play in the final game of the session. So, game 13 sees the bookenders go toe-to-toe. Jess Smith, the comprehensive winner in the end. 22 points to his name. He can end on 24 if he gets a bit of Arne Spee. He's only picked up one win so far, but that win was against Jim Long yesterday. Just before we get this game underway, just having a look at the scores from the PDC Pro Tour, and there's a reason why I'm talking about it. Because Super Series regular Andy Bolton is 5-0 up on Joe Cullen.
He's having a real torrid season,
First
isn't he,
leg,
at the
it's
minute,
Arne
Joe
to throw
Cullen?
first.
Seems to
Game
have really
on.
been rocked a little bit by that Premier League omission.
Meanwhile, Hupai Puha, a player we saw here just before Christmas, is 5-3 up on Dave Chisnall.
60.
Well, for Arne Spee, it's his last game in Group A. If you were able to have 5 minutes with Arne and give him any words of
100.
wisdom and any kind of advice about what he should do after this session ends to get himself ready for tomorrow in Group C, what would it be?
140.
He's just got to keep enjoying himself, hasn't he? That's the main thing. As long as he keeps doing that, the performances, the results, everything of that
100.
will come through.
Free flowing here.
Jeff Smith, I'm sure, will be enjoying himself up there. This will be one of those rare occasions you can go up
40.
there and
Arne, you require 121.
you're going up positive and you've already got the job done.
$26.
We've all been there, haven't we? 180 followed by 26.
$131. Arne, you
Maybe
require
academic,
95.
but Smith with a 2 triple visits left himself on a 130. But Spee's going to have a couple here, but double 19.
Game
And he
shot on
takes
the
out the
first leg,
95 for
Arne
14
Spee.
data. The Dutchman leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Jeff to throw first. Game on.
You get the sense Jeff's going to be one of those players. We speak sometimes about how a player
58.
will use the 2 days off they've got going into Saturday. But you think if anybody's going to get that routine right, it's going to be Jeff Smith.
41.
Jeff Smith's been around this game a long time. He's had to manage lots of things in terms of travelling and time zones. He's had to
59.
adjust to different start times, different events sometimes. So when you're looking at the events over in like America and Canada, some of them are
42.
starting at 9 o'clock, then you've got another one starting at 3. So I'm pretty sure Jeff Smith is going to be
100.
probably one of the most unfazed players by the couple of days off and coming back on Saturday.
Well, it's interesting. I remember speaking to Danny Laulby
44.
last year, the American. And he actually said the early start time on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because of what they play out in the States, he thought actually worked to his advantage.
97.
Because realistically, and you can attest for this because you play a lot of open events in the WDF system. Okay,
60.
they start early, but they don't start 9:30 early in terms of the time you've got to get in, the time you've got to prepare.
60.
Certainly in the UK, we traditionally play our darts in the evenings.
46. Arne, you require 144.
Well, Spee cannot take out the 144. What could Jeff Smith make of the big fish here?
60.
It's the
If you
only big
require
out we haven't seen so
170.
far this week. Could we change that fact? No.
105. Arne, you require 84.
This is for 2-0.
19s. 19 would leave the ball. Treble would be the bonus. It's the bullseye for Arne Spee.
59. Jeff, you require 65.
We said earlier, just don't expect Jeff Smith to pass these chances up, but too good, as Chris Mason would say.
Game shot on a second
and good
leg.
enough
Jeff Smith.
to take out the 65.
So Jeff Smith levels up at 1-1. Spee knows that was an opportunity. The
leg,
break
it's
could go
Arne to
2-0
throw
to the good.
first.
He's having
Game
chances
on.
today, but he just hasn't been able to take them. Incidentally, Andy Bolton has won that game against
100.
Joe Cullen by 6 legs to 2. Meanwhile, Barry Van Peer finished top of the Challenge to Order of Merit last year, played in Series 4's Champions Week, made it through to Champions Night. He's level at 5-5 with Tim Wolters of
140.
Germany. Jan van Veen, 5-4 up on Graham Hall, 2 graduates of the Super Series class of 2022 going toe-to-toe there.
60. $100. $139. Arne require 161.
6-1, 6-1 for Arne. And he's going to need the full quota to move 2-1 to the good in this particular
85.
match. But he's left himself on a 2-darter after 12. A good response following what will be a bit of a frustration, the fact that he's not 2-0 up. Had opportunities
94.
and then
Arne
Smith
requires
mopping up with the
76.
65. But he's going to get a dart to go in front once again here at tops.
Game shot on the third
Finds
leg.
it.
Arne
2-1
Spee.
to Arne Spee.
He doesn't give himself
Fourth
many
leg. It's Jeff
opportunities,
to throw
but
first.
he's very good
Game
when
on.
he gets them. I'd say the doubling stats are up there with the very, very best here at the Super Series for Arne Spee. And when you're looking for
96.
positives and you're looking for those things that you can take into other days, that's surely got to be something that you can really hang your hat on going into a Group C
45.
campaign.
Yep, that kickstarts tomorrow afternoon from 1 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel.
96.
The evening session, Group B, will be live from 10 o'clock. Double session days on Thursday and Friday here at the Live
60.
Lounge. And then Saturday night from 7:30, we'll have the finals to see who's going to join Tom Sykes into Champions Week at the end of August.
59.
I'll be scrubbing up my shoot for Saturday.
115. $134.
Good darts on Jeff Smith there to leave himself on 116 to level this game up at 2 apiece.
140. Jeff, you require 116.
116 isn't going to go, and so Spee to break the throw.
60.
He's looking at the
Arne require
141.
141. $65. Jeff, you require 56.
Double 18. Oh,
Game shot on
Faithful's
the
there
fourth
again.
leg. Jeff
And level
Smith.
we are again at 2-2.
Fifth
And this
leg.
really
It's
does
Arne
have
to
the
throw
air of a
first.
game that's got 7
on.
legs written all over it.
60. $59. $101.
Danny Jansen and Richie Burnett locked
134.
at 4 apiece. George Killington 4-2 up on Simon Whitlock on the Pro Tour. Paul Kroner 4-2 up on Mike Kyvenhoven.
30.
Kai Gotthard and Nolan van Leuven 4-4. Tim Wolters won that game incidentally by 6 legs to 5. He lost 64.
96.
He's about to get underway, or at least the first match from the last 64 is Frans Roach and Medars Rasma, but Spee here Has hit a maximum to leave himself on 130. Smith could hit a max to leave himself on 32.
140. Arne require 130.
Triple 20 leaves the ball.
$65. Jeff, you require
Jeff Smith, 72 in hand. He's going to have 2 in hand, a double 6.
$66.
Not to be, and
Arne
returning is
require
Spee.
65.
Well, there's a decision to be made here. The bullseye is completely blocked. Double 14.
Just trying to work it out, make sure he knows the maths. Make sure he doesn't go for the
46.
wrong double.
Jeff, you require 6.
Apologies, double 19 was what he was going for.
Game
But
shot
that's
on
the
the
double
fifth
3
leg,
for Smith
Jeff
for the
Smith.
break. 3-2.
6th leg. It's Jeff to throw first. Game on. $58.
Be a good way for
81.
Jeff Smith to end his campaign, to sign off with a win. And it would be a very good campaign. You could end it on 24 points.
137.
Which, when you look at the quality that is in this group, to end it only losing 3 matches would
60.
be a very, very solid campaign. And the way it's spread as well in regards to those victories, never
57.
really looked sort of in too much danger.
We've kind of almost forgotten about the fact that Jeff Smith can complete the card with this win.
140.
It just looks so assured.
145.
When it's mattered today, he has been the player that has taken advantage of everything that's gone and happened. But Spee, with a maxi, has left himself on tops.
Jeff, you require 104.
For the 3rd time, a 3rd maximum, but it might mean nothing.
68. Arne, you require 40.
To take us to a last leg decider. Double 10. 5s.
Game shot on a 6th
And we
leg.
go to
Arne
a
Spee.
7th and deciding leg.
7th from final leg. It's
This
Arne
is
to throw first.
The 4th
Game
game
on.
in the last 6 that has gone to a 4-3 scoreline.
$96. $140.
Good start from Jeff Smith.
$45.
If Jeff Smith can get this leg in the can, then he would, as Matt said, pick up 24 points and he would complete the
45.
card on day 3 of Group A.
140.
However, this is performance of the week for Arne Spee. Yes, he's had an
58.
average that was higher than this, but that was a losing average. This is a highly competitive average against the man top of the table. And you said, what does he have to do going
41.
into Group C? It's this. Going positive, going smiling. He could go in with a sizable upset.
58.
And he's got 6 starts here from 179 to get over the line and seal a 4-3 success.
38.
But he sensed he needed to get it out in 6. And if he's going to do it, he's going to have to take out the 141. But Smith's going to leave himself on a 2-darter, leaving himself on a ton.
141.
And so this is to complete the card on day 3.
Jeff, you require 100.
And to win the group with 24 points. Jeff Smith looking at a ton. It's tots for the match. And the silencer has just been a class apart. He completes the card on day 3. And he's going to win the group with 24 points. Jeff Smith will be into Saturday night's final. And he is going to be a big threat in Saturday night's final. That is how the tail of the tape looked. It was a very good performance that by Arne Spee, and he can take a lot of confidence from that performance going into tomorrow and Friday's action in Group C. But Jeff Smith doesn't have to worry about tomorrow and Friday. He's won Group A. He's completed the card on day 3 as well, running out a 4-3 victor against Arne Spee. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Jeff Smith has completed the card on day 3 of Group A, beating Arne Spee by 4 legs to 3. Right, this is our penultimate game of the group. It sees Jim Long, who has already secured position 2 in this group, up against Kieran, the Irishman, who is most definitely going to be in Group C when it comes to Thursday and Friday's action. This is one of those weird games, Matt, where both players know roughly where they are.
First leg, it's Jim to throw first.
A win for Teehan and a win for Mold mean that Teehan will move up to P4, but for Jim Long, he's kind of stuck in tungsten purgatory.
I think for Jim Long, he's just got to make sure he keeps the concentration and focus, because one of the things you can't do is constantly dip in and out. And if you go up there and put in a laboured performance, it's hard to then switch that back on again.
97.
And he's already had sort of a variety in terms of his performances, where the way he started, the first 7 matches, he looked like not just someone who was going to win the group, but someone who was going to breeze the week.
125.
And he sort of drawn himself into drama and ended up being overtaken, and by quite some distance in the end, by Jeff Smith.
100.
Well, it's all going to be about reset mentality for Jim tomorrow and Friday.
$79. 140. 134. Kieran, you require 164.
164 for Teehan. Doesn't go.
92. Jim, you require 79.
Jim Long wants 79 to put himself a leg in front. To take the opening rubber of this match, he's going to have 2 in his hand at double 11. Doesn't
57.
go, and so Teehan will return for
Kieran,
the
you
72
require
to
72.
take out this opening leg against Fro. Tops.
52. Jim, you require 22.
Double 11. He's split. Double 8, now double 4.
Game shot on the first leg. Jim Long.
Well, Jim Long decided to go against the player convention. It works in the end. He leads 1-0.
Second leg. It's Kieran to throw first. Game on. $60.
When you do look ahead to a Group C campaign, on the evidence of what Kieran Teehan's done in this room, you'd have to put him as one of the strong favourites to win that group. Because he has won weeks here before. And I'll say weeks. Twice found himself in Champions Week.
100.
And one of those was the most recent time. He was here just a couple of weeks ago. But just a bit laboured this week, and I do think a Group C campaign is
85.
probably the best thing for Kieran Teehan, especially when we look at the players that are in there, because he'll look at that group and he'll fancy his chances.
But I also think the level he played at on day 1 and day 2, if he consistently average around the 85 mark, I think that'll be.
134.
I think if he can average around that and be steady enough in terms of his finishing, I think he's got a good chance of making it through.
Oh, that's a group of opportunity, I think, this week, Group C. I don't see a player in there you go, they're through and everyone else is playing for a place. I think all the players are going to have an equal sort of opportunity. It's a very well-balanced group.
171. Jimmy
He's on for a
required
potential
96.
11 dart breaker throw here is Jim Long. Oh, double.
56. Kieran, you require 36.
Well, it's double 18 here for Kieran Teehan to level the scores at 1-1. Now double 9.
27. Jim, you require 40.
Tops. For Long, for the break.
One dart left in hand to save the situation.
8.
Not able to do so. It's
Kieran, you
frustrating when you
require
lose that
9.
lie and you drop low, because instead of having the 2 darts, it's just the 1. But it's 2 darts for Teehan.
7.
But he needs more.
Jimmy requires
It's just not
32.
been going today, has it, for Kieran Teehan? A few missed opportunities, unable to cross the line. Jim Long just a little unsettled there.
Double 8.
Game shot on
2-0
the
Long.
second
He
leg.
gets the
Jim
breaker
Long.
further he needed. 2-0 he leads. He has really got the
Third leg.
ascendancy
It's
in
Jim's
this
to throw
contest.
first. Game on. $57. $97. $41. $140.
I think for Jim Long throughout the week, the area he needs to start refinding and rediscovering is that maximum
44.
hitting, because that's been off the radar from what we saw across the first 2 days. 16 maximums across his first 10 games.
94.
That's very close to the sort of Bo Greaves realm, who was one of the greatest maximum hitters I've ever seen in this venue.
That game against Kevin Painter was something special.
And it was a game that
139. Kieran, you
Bo
require
was safe and
170.
Kevin needed to win.
How's your luck, Kev?
45. $100. Kieran, you require 125.
125. Oh, that's desperately unlucky.
39. Jim, you require 120.
But Jim Long, a reverse sort of leg here. He started slow and he's finishing strong. Teehan started strong and he's finishing weak. But that
60. Kieran, you require 86.
that was further away than the single.
Ball or treble 14? Treble 14 for tops.
66.
Well, usually he's been good with tops of a
Jim, you
combination, but not
require
this time.
60.
Again, a wayward dart and an awful lot of shoulder coming into that there for Jim Long.
Game shot
But
on
a
the third
fantastic
leg, Jim
recovery.
Long.
Could have really thrown him off because that was a long way off target, that one. And like I say, a
Fourth
real
leg,
lot of
it's Kieran to
shoulder
throw first.
rotation
Game on.
within the throw, just where he's almost not wanting to let go of the dart and throwing the body into the shot to help propel it. And ultimately, he's just
125.
rotated off centre and thrown off line. That's what he needs to be doing, throwing out to the board.
131.
The extension, the release.
$29. $100. $97.
Keep him straight here and he'll be expecting to get down to a finish. I felt like real
42.
importance that in regards to the keeping it straight comment, because it does feel like he's just spraying darts a little bit, Jim Long.
125.
Got away with that.
Yeah, single 20 there wouldn't have left him on a finish.
Would have been a silly boy.
But that's ideal. Earlier on in the week, Monday, Tuesday, you'd have
98.
expected Jim Long to be filling
Kieran,
that
you
up.
require 125.
Just off the radar on the maximums, but treble 20, Kieran Teehan gives him a dart of tops for a 1-2-5 finish.
85. Jim, you require
Now this
130.
Is for a 4-0 win. Another one of them. Bullseye.
105.
Got the line, got the
Kieran,
length,
you
but just
require
couldn't quite
40.
find the accuracy. So this to bring it back to 3-1. That's a beautiful guide. What a
Game shot
mark.
on
There's
the
no
full
way
flag,
he
Kieran
could have missed with
Teehan.
dart 2.
Fifth flag. It's Jim to throw first. Game
If he
on.
missed that second dart, I would have got a tattoo.
$91. $97. $60. $44.
For Teehan, he could still move up another place in the table.
60.
Moreno Michels coming up last against Adam Molden. He could jump him on legs difference, which it wouldn't mean he gets a Group B player. He'll still be playing in Group C, but he would get
58.
a higher prize cut from this Group A payout.
As per the prize structure.
174.
Excellent visit. Superb visit.
96. Jim, you require 116.
Well, he could start on the 20s, could start on the 19s. Decides to start on the 19s. 116 for the match. He's going to get a dart at tops.
Game
To
shot
complete a
and the match,
4-1 victory, Jim Long will complete the day of a win. He's going to be in P2 and he's going to be in Group B tomorrow night. Kieran Teehan, well, we're going to see him in the afternoon session tomorrow and Friday. That is how the game went. Jim Long, a 4-1 winner against Kieran Teehan. The last game of the session will decide who gets B, who gets C. It's going to be Adam Mold up against Moreno Michels. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've got one final game of darts to bring you on this Wednesday afternoon, and it's going to see Adam Mole and Moreno Michels bring the curtain down on this Group A campaign, and this is a game that will decide the battle for Group B. Adam Mould is currently in control of that particular situation. If he gets a couple of legs, then he is guaranteed his spot into Thursday and Friday night. However, if Moreno Michels can win 4-1 or 4-0, then he will take that position. Hopefully, that is all set in stone and that is all clearly laid out before the battle lines are drawn in our final game, Matthew Edgar, of this group.
Just taking a look at the odds compilers, they're going 8-13 Adam Mould, 6-5 Moreno Michels. That means they do think there's a lot of credit, first of all, in the advantage of throw, but they also think he's slightly favoured to do so.
To throw first. Game on.
Normally you'll get like a 4-5 or something when they think it's just a throw, where they do think there's a notable difference here in the ability range as well. I'd say maybe more to the consistency.
45. $100.
This is our final game of
42.
Wednesday before we have two double session days on Thursday and Friday respectively. And then the Saturday night final where we know Jeff Smith's going to be. But where are these two going to be on Thursday and Friday? Moreno Michels has to go out and attack this match. He has to get a couple of breaks. Has to win 4-1, 4-0.
140.
He's going about his business well in leg one to get the first of those breaks. $41. Well, Moreno Michels has taken off in this first leg like a pelican. He's hoping to fly into a 1-0 lead.
40.
And that has flown out the board.
$60. Moreno
Michels, 140 to break the throw and take a 1-0 lead. Not going to go. So Mole back for the 1-2-9. Now remember, Mole just needs a couple of legs
44.
here in this
Adam, you require
final game to guarantee his spot into Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Another one of them. Double 18.
111. Almost. Moreno, you require 96.
Double 18 for the break. This would be a steal.
92.
That's not the first time today we've seen a wild pull
Adam,
by Moreno.
18.
I picked up on it yesterday or Monday where I said that there's just a bit of tension in the action where it means he's liable to drop the darts low. And we've just seen more evidence of that throughout the day.
So Mould looking at double 9 to take a 1-0 lead. He's getting further away.
No score. Moreno, you require 4.
It was closer to Adam's part than it was Adam to the double. And he's in a bit of trouble because Michels has got that break. He leads 1-0.
Second leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on. $41. $60. 60. $140. $100.
Wonder how much Mould's aware of the situation regarding the Group B C dynamics.
45.
Honest answer, I don't know.
I think he's the sort that'll be very well aware. We know he runs a lot of organisations, a lot of tournaments, probably a lot of round robins, so he'll be very well aware to the
60.
administration side of a league table.
Yeah. Well, apparently he does know the situation. Apparently both players wanted to know the circumstances before this game kicked off.
$50.
Well, Mould is on the cusp of getting a leg, which would put him on the hill. And he'd have the darts to kill that second leg that he needs.
60. $96.
Well, Harry'd love another one of them. He finds another one of them. He leaves
140.
himself on top. This
Adam,
has
you
to
require
go.
110.
Still got an opportunity with the treble 19. Leaves him a dart at the ball.
85.
And that is the fifth
Moreno, you
dart
require 40.
Adam Mould has missed in this game. He's had chances.
$35.
And he's going to get more.
Adam, you require 25.
Mould is back for 25. Moreno knew he needed to make the key exchanges early. Mould now is a leg away.
Shot on his second
He gets the
leg.
break.
Adam Mould.
He points at that pesky double as to say, why have you been eluding me all day? And
Third
why have I
leg.
just
It's Adam
found
to
it
throw
now?
First. Game on.
Naughty, naughty double eight. And he's venting that anger out on the treble 20. Look at the war. Look at the snarl. Look at the max.
You feel that's one of those situations there where
60.
Adam Mould may feel like he's dodged the bullet. He made the mistakes, he got away with it, and now he can kick on and kick home. Confirm that place in Group B. If he can just get the job done in this very leg.
100.
Mould looks set to get the hold that he needs to be in B.
64.
Well, it was a little bit like a Shakespearean sonnet, this game. To be or not to be, that was the ultimate question. But it is going to be Mould that has his sunset moment
99.
and progress through to
Adam,
the
you
night
require
session.
117.
And he could do it with a ton topper. Tops.
97.
Not to be.
Time on his hands.
46.
6 starts if he
Adam,
needs
you
them
require
to
20.
confirm his place.
Right, he's got decisions to make because Moreno's not on a finish. Does he burst? Does he split? What does he do? Goes for
10.
it! I can't believe he's done that.
A lot of players will in that sort of situation. They'll go straight for it.
140.
It's a
Adam, you
very
require 10.
more old school way of thinking. A lot of players now look at splitting and breaking down numbers.
Game shot on a third leg.
But the
Adam
numbers
Mould.
that are important to Adam Mould are the legs, and he needed 2. He's got 2. And it is
Fourth
job
leg, it's Moreno to
done
throw first.
in regards to Adam
on.
Mould. And, well, you can see he's absolutely delighted with it. That was what he wanted, that Group B place, and he's confirmed now
83.
that mathematical possibility and a larger slice of the purse.
$21. $55. $26. $100.
I suppose now with all the places confirmed in regards to where players are going to be going, we can ask you guys the question, who else do you expect to be seeing on Saturday night with Jeff Smith? We know Jim
60.
Long and Adam Mould are going to be going across to Group B, and Group C is going to see Moreno, Michels, Kieran, Teehan and Arne, Spee. I mean, I'm a big fan of Adam Lipscomb this week. I
99.
think he's going to really show up tomorrow night.
I can give you the name of somebody who I expect to see on Saturday night on the Super Series YouTube channel. Myself.
60.
I'll be here.
Moreno, you require.
Yep, no one's put you in,
164.
Henry, unfortunately. So let's know your predictions in the YouTube chat.
84. 66. Moreno, you require 80.
For 2-2, Moreno Michels is going to get a dart. Oh, goodness me. I tell you what, he's got away with that.
40.
Because that looked like that was going into the treble. The clatter has helped him.
Maybe he's doing the Andy Hamiltons. Andy Hamilton does go for the small part of the 20, doesn't he, to keep the dart completely out of the way of the tops.
21. Moreno, you require 40.
Tots and Michels now down for double 10. To square this contest up at 2 apiece. Double 5.
35.
Inside. And both players, incidentally, in this game, when their opponent's not been on a finish, have attacked everything.
$108.
More like it, Mouldy.
2. Moreno, you require 5. No score. Adam,
Well.
you require 67.
Forced the scoreboard pressure, has Adam. And now he has the chance to move 3-1 in front to get the break of throw. 999 for tops.
It was a situation you didn't expect to see a few moments ago. How quick a leg of darts can change.
27.
But
Moreno, you
not able
require
to cash in
5.
on the chance. Moreno changes. Double 2.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Moreno Michels.
And there we are at 2 apiece in this
5th
final
flag. It's
game
Adam
of
to
Group
throw
A.
first.
Mould with the darts.
Game on.
Best of 3 from here. And all that is in play now is the bragging rights of this particular fixture, which, as far as the last couple of days are
57.
concerned, Mould won 4-3 against Michels on Monday. Mould beat Michels 4-2 on Monday. So yesterday was the 4-3 between Mould and Michels. I'm getting all my days
100.
mixed up.
$100.
Double session day on Thursday here at the Super Series, of course.
60. 60.
I'm really looking forward to watching Justin Hood play. Played so well at the weekend on the Challenge Tour.
Becoming here full of confidence, won't he? On the back of picking up
100.
that sizable title and adding that to his CV.
57. $100. 81. Moreno, you require
141 for Michels to get the break and throw and lead 3-2. It's not going to be taken out on this particular occasion.
45. Adam, you require 146.
He's himself on a 2 darter at least, but Mould 146 for a 3-2 lead. Another one of them does not go on this particular occasion.
94. Moreno, you require 96. $36.
So Mould for a hold.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Clinical
Adam
and that
Mould.
right in the middle of the double 16.
6th leg.
Just
It's Moreno to throw first.
A little bit fidgety, isn't he, at the back of the stage? I suppose it's because he knows it's job done already, and with that means you'll have that adrenaline dump,
59.
and it does become a little bit trickier when you just got to play on that grit and determination.
A lot of players play with edge, and so if that intensity just wanes just a tiny bit because you know that what you need to do has been achieved, as much as you try,
52.
it's just impossible to replicate that kind of intensity.
$96. $60.
Mould looking to tiptoe towards the finishing line.
140.
And it could be tick-tock on the clock for Moreno here. You're partial to a good tick-tock, aren't you?
140.
I do like all my social medias. Social media, good. A bit of fun and development in the world, shall we say. It brought us products like what we're watching right now.
So Mould 105 for a 4-2 win.
105.
He'd finish on 18 points in the group. And he's going to get a dart at tops to do exactly that.
65. Moreno, you require
To be,
130.
and so Michels 130 to take us to a last leg decider. Doesn't go. And so Mould will return for tops to complete a 4-2 success.
47.
It would complete
Adam, you
our
require
Group A.
40.
Double 10.
20.
Michels is going to have an
require
opportunity
83.
to take this to a last leg decider. Bullseye. Not to be.
48. Adam, you
And
require
so this
20.
to see things through. Double 10 for Adam Mould. To
Game
complete
shot
a
and the
4-2
match,
victory. We're
Adam
going to see
Mould.
him tomorrow night in Group B. He only needed a couple of legs to make sure that he's got the win to rubber stamp it. He beats Moreno Michels by 4 legs to 2 in our final game of Group A. That's the tail of the tape from that. So Arne, Spee, Kieran, Teehan and Moreno Michels are going to be in Group C. Adam Mould and Jim Long will be in Group B. But the winner of Group A is Jeff Smith. And we're going to have a chat with him in a couple of moments' time. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Jeff Smith has won Group A over the last 3 days at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He joins us in the studio now. Jeff, good 3 days work for yourself.
Yeah, I'll take that. Like I said, today wasn't my best performance by any means. Probably thought I played the worst starts I've played all weekend, but come out with the points that I needed, and I'm really happy to be playing Saturday night.
If the performances didn't quite match your expectations, did the timing at points today do so?
Yeah, it's if I have a chance at a double, I'm going to hit it, and that's been my claim to fame since I've been playing darts, I guess. But it wasn't, like I said, it's just not exactly in full flight. But hopefully, I can straighten that out for Saturday night and be good to go then.
Did you feel like you had a little bit of a head start when you saw Jim lose that first game to Adam Mould? In your mind, you think, right, I've got a real good opportunity now. Just try and switch on from the get-go.
Yeah, it absolutely did until I played Jim. And then it was like I tried to hand everything back, and neither one of us had a great game. And it was kind of one of those, you take it, I'll take it. And at the end, like I said, Jim missed more than I did. I guess that's the best way to explain it. And yeah, it put me in the driver's seat from there on, and the pressure was off.
Well, Matt, you've been watching Jeff over the last few days. What's been his best attributes in your mind?
It's not one we've learnt about. It's not a new one to us. It's what Jeff's already said. It's that finishing, and it's his claim to fame. The finish, the low ton combination sort of shots, high 90s, 80s, those sort of two dart combos. They are the bread and butter, and they're what separate the levels, and that's what separated the levels between this group as well.
Well, we're seeing some of your big checkouts over the course of the last few days here, Jeff. Which ones were the ones you think really changed you? What was the moments you thought, okay, this is really in my favour now?
Yeah, it's there's been a couple really. I've had that 1-2-6 was good. The 1-3-5 out of nowhere because I didn't deserve that leg, but it put me in a driver's seat with points on the board, and that was the key. 1-6-7 was nice, but it was just to start the leg. But I didn't need to go for it. But I want to set the precedent that I can hit this if I need it. And so yeah, I take a double one over a 170 finish any day if it meant I win the match.
And the fact you won the group by such a margin, you won it by 4 points in the end. When you consider how tight today was, there was 4, possibly 5 players that had a realistic chance of winning the group. What does that say about yourself and where your game is, and how much confidence can you take from that?
Yeah, it's like I said, if I've got one more level here that I can hit yet, and I didn't hit that there, and I was lucky enough to get in the position that I was because of lack of doubles that the other guys weren't hitting. And if I can straighten that out for Saturday, then we're looking pretty good.
We're just showing the VT of you beating Jim Long there. At that point, what did you think you needed to do to get over the line?
Yeah, it's for that Jim could have won that match easy. And like I said, if he had played half of what he played the rest of the weekend, he would have. Just to get through it, I guess that it was kind of the bread and butter. It was the match that he said, no, you go ahead. And but now he's going to get to play for the next 2 days, where I get to sit and watch him. So that may make a difference as well, because he's going to come in hot, and hopefully he'll be there Saturday night.
It's interesting because we look at it from 2 different points of view, and I've had the luxury of doing that. I've sat in the commentary box all day today having my opinion on things, and I've been where Jeff is up there on the stage playing these games. And for us, we sat there after we beat Jim Long and we went, right, that's it. Jeff's done this. Jeff's going to go on to win. But I bet it didn't feel like that down there at the time.
No, it's like I said, it was a very poor match as far as I'm concerned, as far as both of us goes. I think I put a good last leg in, but it was like, finally, okay, just get this done. Nobody wants this, but at the same time, get it over with and put one leg in. And yeah, after that match, then the pressure was off. Then I could settle in and just roll through legs.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second, Jeff. Just going to round up what we have seen and what we're going to see for the rest of the week here with Matt, because we now know how the rest of the week's going to break down. We know Jeff has won Group A. Let's talk about Group B, because you look at every single player on that list. Adam Lipscomb, who's improving all the time. Justin Hood won a challenge tour at the weekend. We've seen from Jim and Adam some really good stuff. And let's not forget that Chris Quantock's the former weekly winner here before.
There is, but I'll tell you one thing I noticed when I look at those groups, both Group B and Group C. I don't see who the favourite is. I see 2 very tightly contested groups there of everybody who's of even standard, no one who's really stands out head and shoulders above in terms of experience levels, in terms of CVs, in terms of what we've seen here at the Super Series. So I think the odds compiler is going to have a real tough job pricing that one up, and I think we're going to have a tricky job, because you're going to ask me tomorrow who's going to win these groups, and I'm going to really struggle with this one because I think we could get any combination go through those groups.
We'll be watching that tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. But Jeff, final word goes to you. Couple of days off for yourself. What's going to be the preparations going into Saturday's final?
I'm definitely hitting that Belgium restaurant tomorrow that Paul Nicholson took me to the last time we were here. It was incredible. So that's where I'm heading. Maybe head to the beach, have a couple of days off, relax, and hit a practice board and be ready for Saturday.
Couple of days off, well earned. And if Paul Nicholson recommends somewhere to eat, you definitely eat there. Jeff, congratulations. Thank you very much for popping up. Matt, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for your company as always, and thank you for your company as well. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock for the first half of a double session day here at the Live Lounge in Pause to see how Group C goes at the Super Series. But as far as Group A is concerned, well, it's Jeff Smith, the silencer, who makes the noise and qualifies for Saturday's final.
Like Jeff starts here,
Shot on
look.
the first leg, Jeff Smith.
About half the eye of the ball,
Shot on the third
but he
leg,
finds
Jeff
it.
Smith.
What a dart that is, and what a night he's having. Take out tops here, yes
Shot
he
on the
can.
first leg,
The
Jeff
Shanghai
Smith.
shot in the opening leg.